The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach. He is very excited to say the word legit.
And what do they call you? Cool. What can I brief you on? What about her? Fine, I guess. Whatever.
He doesn't know what apathy means.
Meet her? Well, we've been in the same school since we were small, but I didn't meet her until last year. I used to sit behind her in history before she dropped out to run the bazaar and all this happened. She was really sweet, shy. I asked her. I passed her a note, drew a dolphin. She likes dolphins. Put a speech bubble coming out of its mouth, and then I wrote,
I'm seriously into you.
"Be my girl. I'm finished without you." Yeah, you got it. It was nice. You threw me one back that said, "I accept your proposal." She's too important for stuff like that now, with the bazaar and everything. But I get cooler presents. Genuine name brand shit from Luth. Cool. Yeah? Sweet.
Bored? Don't cheat me. Are you from the medical board? Good. If you're lying and you are a board inspector, you should know that I am not averse to the idea of public suicide. It's traumatizing, watching a man kill himself, you know. Often a need, and I'm calm as I've ever fucking been. Then, buyer? Then, patient? Fuck me.
Suddenly, he lunges for a bottle on the table and takes a deep swig from it with needless violence. Fresh veins pop in his red eyes. You can almost see the neurons shorten.
Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Surgeon, chemist, psychotherapist, gynecologist. Now tell me, where does it hurt? Was he intensely forgettable? Did any sense of authority flee from him like the plague? Understatement of the fucking century. Board certified swine. Hate is a better word for it. My theory is that dullness he exudes is the result of a fungus of some kind. A parasitic brain mold playing at the motor cortex, like a child with a joystick. Of course he didn't. He's neurologically incapable of it. There is no history. Only scientific cowardice put forward by an invertebrate with little to no experience in surgical reality. He blazed, doctor. I live, doctor. That is precisely the difference. There's no point in discussing him any further. Is that what he told you? Put it this way. There was a project in which I believed us to be colleagues. While, in fact, he was sawing the floor out from under my feet the whole time. It was a dream study, backed by an astronomical grant by those MTER fuckers. Ran by the both of us. I knew they were going to screw us from minute one, but I went along with it anyway. Visualization. We wanted to see what people see in their dreams. Flush with foreign cabbage, I was able to design a custom fMRI headset. More portable than those giant washing machines our rivals were using, and crucially, interlinkable.
Enabling subconscious links between several participants, all wearing headsets. Very futuristic.
That was one expectation, but the project never got that far. I did at least get to load them all up with modafinil and enjoy Dr. Gonza's subconscious picture show. Not surprising. Fear of knowledge is evidence of a pre-modern mindset. Clearly you don't know the first thing about human biology. How was I going to give birth to my baby without first getting fucked a couple of times? I got to see the subconscious picture show. Who else gets to say that? Abruptly, and in betrayal. I got a call from Abbe one morning. There's someone in the office for you. So I come in, trustingly, like a slaughterhouse animal. And there they are. Goons of the medical board. They even had the audacity to box up my belongings with their fucking claws before I arrived. Next thing I know, they're boxing me up too. Royally, and in orifices I didn't even know I had. That's why Nabe had been plotting it for ages, clearly. Having nearly missed the fucking boat once, he wanted to seize control of the study for his own purposes. Architect? A child making macaroni collages is more of an architect than that invertebrate. Not to mention the fungus in his brain. You want more? All right. He's a thief, too. Which, I'll admit, is impressive for a gastropod. You mean, other than my life's work? Yes, certain irreplaceable personal effects. I can picture him, polishing my equipment in his sterile little office, running his sanitized virgin fingers over surfaces that remember my touch. It sickens me.
Filth soiled by cleanliness.
I don't know. His mind is too dull for me to penetrate. The brain fungus told him to. Probably. A research-grade apparatus, used for advanced diagnostics. Very sophisticated, finely calibrated. Worth thousands of souls. It should still be in its aluminum housing, unless that institutional hemorrhoid has decided to put it on display.
The implication is that you'll know it when you see it. Extremely ominous.
And give him the satisfaction of knowing he has something on me? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't trust myself not to murder him if I come within choking distance. Wait, not murder. That's for humans. You get the gist. You love drugs, right?
Your brain is constantly churning out natural neurochemicals. It's basically made of drugs. Who are you to say no?
You're sharp. Too sharp. Signs of a mind in need of recreational chemicals. Since you're allowed on the slug's premises, how about taking a peek, eh? Grab my things on the way out of there. I'll open my store in return. All the drugs you could want. Pharmaceutical bonanza.
2 words. Lab grade.
Yes, enough. He's dead. Forget about him. Ah, yes. This is the ethically stimulating case you were trying to entice me with. Gonorrhea is a legitimate concern. Catatonics, they're just there. Who's the unfortunate? Let me tell you something about colleagues, sister. By and large, the most vile species of sniveling, rule-following, authority-sucking vermin ever to stain this earth. Second, perhaps only to medical board inspectors.
You don't have conclusive proof he was not like that, at any rate.
You want my advice? Roll him up, toss him out in some hazardous waste bags before he starts smelling. All right. Walk me through. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good start. Anything else? Strange how. Oh, who cares? Show me. Ultravioletta. Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. I didn't fucking consent to the knowledge now, did I? It's forced down your throat as soon as you step outside. This is a clear-cut case of loss. Libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers, too.
That is definitely 100% a real condition.
No sexually satisfied man would listen to the sad shit by choice. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo, per annum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times. And I'm confirming your intuition. That saccharine trash is absolutely 100% anathema to the male brain. You could probably survive it, though I suspect it would inflict some kind of intellectual damage on you as well.
The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. This is a proprietary formulation, soon to be patented. That's as much as I can tell you. I'm on it right now. Home recipe, mama. I can out-erect any man, anywhere, anytime, dead or not.
Put it this way. Will it help? No. Will it make his condition any worse? Also, probably not.
No man likes ultravioletta. He's buried in the depths of erotic despair. He's so far down the hole, he probably doesn't even know what happened to him. Then you know nothing of sexual melancholy. But all right, let's pretend my expertise is worth fuck all. What's your working theory, Dr. Plainface? Lady, if anyone did, it's probably you, with your refusal to fuck him. Really? All I'm hearing is that you don't have a fucking clue what happened, or how to help him.
Unfortunately, in the midst of all his ramblings, he has discovered a point. It's unlikely this treatment will improve Pseudopod's condition, but you might learn something from it.
Of course I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you. Real? Listen, sister. I've been a doctor since I was 12 years old. And I'll be a doctor until the day they extract the hypertrophied liver from my bloated, tumescent, sexy carcass. It was not the board that made me a doctor, and they cannot unmake me one, no matter how many degrees they annul. That's right, age 12. I came down with a fever. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still wouldn't go down, so they sent me to the doctor. He weighs me, counts my heartbeats, whatever. And without even doing any blood work, he sends me away and says, "Go to the priest. Tell him that I said to give you the blessed smoke." It would be the very least they could do, right? No. Fetid and totally inert. My mother cried and cried, locked herself in her room and didn't even want to see me. She was crying so much. But still, no one would explain to me what this fucking smoke was. So I finally get to the priest. He goes, "Oh, my child," blesses me, blows some foul-smelling shit into my face, and sends me off home to die. And that's when I realize, these people are fucking idiots! No. Surviving made me a doctor. Instead of going home, you know what I did? I went to the library, picked up the first book on general medicine I could find. And the young Gonza brought his fever down through hard science and sheer willpower. All the way down to stone cold, which is where I remain to this day. Tricks of the trade. If you want to learn them, pick up the book. They can take away my license, black, patience, numerous degrees. They've even been surprisingly effective at getting me in trouble with the law. But they can never touch 1,000 plus hours of surgical experience, multiple breakthroughs, and enough original research to fill a university textbook.
He works himself up into a bout of romantic fervor with practiced ease.
Not that you could ever publish a textbook in this backward fucking society. I said they could take away my license and I would still be a doctor. And yes, they did.
Again, he lunges for the bottle on his desk and drinks from it with a savage attitude.
No, sorry. I'm not being selfish, it's just, you might die. No, I know how this goes. Next thing you know, I'll be at exactly the level I need to be at. You'll be convulsing on the floor, and worst of all, I'll be biochemically incapable of feeling bad about it. Disgraced? What? You think it's... Yes. A disgraced doctor. That's exactly what I am. A disgraced doctor peddling the drugs that are the last surviving relic of my profession. I told you, bring me back my personal effects and I'll hook you up with so many drugs you'll forget you were ever a person. Meantime, you can watch me do some, if you want.
At least 2 different colors and 3 different consistencies in there. That's not a drug. That's a cocktail. He tips it over onto the desk and rails the miniature mountain without even cutting it into lines.
Fuck me!
This is horrible. This just makes you want drugs even more. A failure of imagination. You just feel left out. If anything, you sober up. The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a 2-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. The doctor's twitching, though watchful eye inspects you as you scan his mess.
Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Quarter-eyed and triple-tied, vast difference. No one's strapping guns up. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. Makes the women folk trust me. The non-barren ones, I mean. They're decorative. That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled.
The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and stares bitterly into the middle distance. The pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. It's right there, in the word of the animal itself.
Operant.
A hiss, followed by the frantic clack, clack, clack of a microfiche reader. High contrast negatives hit the back of your retinas. 58, collapse of Ile-de-Seurs's Grand Bridge. 60, Laplage's royal family liquidated. 63, suppressed uprising in PR Yoffi. 67, the Agora minor blackout. Cryptonym redacted. Date of birth redacted. Nation of origin disputed. Joined the opera late 40s. Declared null entity in 69. The microfiche reader clacks a final time, settling on a monochrome picture. Beneath it, a nom de guerre. His fleshy cheeks pull his mouth into just the slightest approximation of a smile. A name whispered among tutors and veterans, invoked like a demon from a lost mythology.
Warms the heart to know people still talk about you when you're not around. Already succumbing to techno-fascist fantasias. Concerning for your controllers. We've established, in case you forgot.
The box hisses. He puts a cigarette out in an empty schnapps glass. Suprema 100, like the ones your double brought.
Come around, have you? Bon, let's talk. My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think? In my time, operants like to submerge themselves in the local culture. Get in there. Slather yourself in its essence. Covered with a genius loci. All that good stuff. I don't know about that. But it probably won't make you a worse one. It is, and I would. Alas, my cardiological situation precludes further movement at this time. Probably not. But then, probably shouldn't be running around in theater without approval. Controllers get very twitchy about that sort of thing. For your professional sake, I'd think best not to go crawling back empty-handed. Come on, bring it here once you've got it. Till next time, operant.
Hello again. What will it be?
She gives the photograph a brief, considered glance.
No. Must have been before my time.
She studies the photograph for another moment.
I don't think I've ever seen most of these people.
Most, not all.
That one was a carabinero, right? Right. Him I used to see around. That's tough. He died, I think. It's been a while. Almost 5 years. He was nice. I can see that. How'd you say you knew him again? There was this guy he used to meet with, Rustamian. Heavy set. Pretty sure he was an informant. I'm saying he might know more, if that's what you want. Yeah, goat eyes. That's him. Don't forget your photo.
With nothing else to do, your gaze naturally wanders to the multicolored bottles behind the bar.
Sure you don't want something stiffer? Alright then. This, over there.
You carry the tray to one table, but they're still drinking their first round. You carry it to another. Nope, they wanted light beer. Another. You idiot. They said no ice. Everyone wants something from you. You just want to know who ordered the mezcal margarita. The evening swells past in a flurry of cocktails, spilled beer, insults directed towards your general intelligence.
Whoa, okay, hold up. Are you alright? Oh, You've been at it for 4 hours. Why don't you take a break? Get some air. In fact, here. Take the rest of the night off. I'm okay here. Drink up. We close soon.
I've moved Pseudopod into the spare room. He'll be safe in there until he recovers.
She gestures towards a small room with a small bed inside it.
None, sorry to say. He's been like that since I moved him. What about you? Are we any closer to finding out what happened to him? I suppose that's principled of him. Lot of good it does Pseudopod just now. Were you able to piece together what he was investigating before you arrived? And? That's good. I'm sure he left ample clues. He seemed quite diligent. You'll just have to come at it fresh tomorrow.
The attitude that has carried her through her entire life, through whatever hardship.
Well, I suppose that's all. I'll get back to the desk.
She doesn't move.
I was just wondering how it feels, you know, being in theatre again. I'm not sure how this assignment compares to what you were up to at Satellite Facility B. Yes, that makes sense. Pseudopod said it could be extremely challenging. You picked an interesting time to come back to Portofino. It's not the same city it was 5 years ago. For one, we've become a front line in MTER's culture blockade. The powers that be seem to have become more protective of their investment here. I should probably be asking you that question. From where I sit, it seems they're incredibly paranoid about anything that could increase our strange cousin's sway in this part of the world.
Strange cousins, how locals refer to the menacing techno-fascist superstate across the Noscarentis Sea.
Pseudopods seem to think they may even have operants working in the city right now.
You swim with sharks and jellyfish.
Then, of course, there are the anxieties about Réunion. No one can say whether in 5 years' time we'll still be part of the developed world, or whether we'll have been annexed by techno-fascists. Maybe. They're terribly organized when it comes to getting what they want. My father used to say it's because they're all of one mind.
So this rumor about Lusian imprints goes back at least a generation. A long time for a rumor to linger.
It's odd, isn't it? In some ways, I have so much more to worry about now, but it doesn't feel that way.
Heart in throat, crumpled knees against cold linoleum, a deafening pulse inside the skull. Oblivion oozes through the door frame.
Ah, yes. I poked my head in upstairs, just for a second, to check the hot water.
A hot water heater on the second floor. Definitely snooping.
And I couldn't help but notice the art. I'm curious about your choices.
You are being challenged to justify yourself.
Oh, I see.
She hides the disappointed twist of her mouth behind her hand.
You sound like my ex-husband. Oh, of course. I should have known. I suppose this is all rather glamorous, isn't it?
Hopeful. Deluded.
I believe I have. I'll have to take your word for it, Cascade. Well, I'm... whatever makes you feel at home. Is this some kind of assessment? Nothing too much to tell. Certainly nothing that would interest an international actor like yourself. I've been running this shop for the last 3 decades. Business isn't exactly good, but it's enough. I just get on with things. No, it's just us.
You, and the breathing mannequin.
Divorced.
Unwelcome terrain. Tread lightly.
He grew bored of me. Wasn't in the cards. Most people prefer drop-off and pick-up for their film and prints. No one lingers here for very long. A fit of boredom, if you can believe it. Here I thought I'd broaden my horizons, so I signed up for a mailing list, one dedicated to foreign literature. Then one day, this very polite man with a very pleasing accent was on my doorstep. I thought he was going to try to convert me to crystal worship. Instead, he asked if I'd be interested in letting my upstairs room. Yes, it was.
She likes remembering him this way, in her shop, pretending to discreetly examine her list of services.
I don't presume to know the inner workings of the opera, but I have to think I could be better utilized. Of course, I'm happy with the tasks I've been assigned thus far. Keeping a safe house is a major responsibility, but I have other skills, you know. Chemistry, for one. I have an entire photo lab back here with access to all kinds of toxic chemicals and powders. And yet I doubt anyone would suspect a woman like me of, say, poisoning someone.
This is a woman who's planned countless perfect murders in her idle hours.
If the assignment required it. I'm not saying I hope it comes to that, just if it does. Born and raised, as were my parents, and just as proud of it as they were. It was a different time back then, of course. Kisak feeds itself, my father used to say. There was a steel foundry just a couple of streets away, as was silk, leather workers, bakeries. People used to make things here. I'm no regressionist, operant. I know Portoferans made their choices too. As I said, I love Kisak. It just doesn't feel like itself on some days. Tragic what the Lusians do to their old colonies, displacing all those poor souls, forcing them to abandon their homes, and that's the lucky ones. Not to mention the reunions affecting us too. You've got refugees washing up here day and night, speaking in gibberish, making a mess. They don't even try to integrate. That's not what I had in mind. The Lusians have to be stopped. That's my final word on the matter. No. Actually, to be honest, I find some of the things he says rather upsetting. I don't know. I guess I just like having something on in the background. Of course. Something else on your mind, Operan? Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here if you require anything.
You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. You return to the desk. Everything is... You turn away from the... The heifer coffee lady and bagman make an odd pair. One in repose, the other never at rest. More somethingness. Stunning. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres.
There's not many who would admit to such proclivities. In public, no less. Don't let anyone see you with that. I won't be held responsible for what happens with this disc.
You turn your attention away from the shelf.
Oh, you're back. Was it you running around causing chaos before? Everyone's talking about it.
Anonymity is your most precious asset. Salvage what you can of its ruin.
Oh. Okay.
Unconvinced. Unbothered.
So, you want some party supplies?
The stall beside her boasts a display of wig topiary. Plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses, a burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. The shape is robust and clean, with an architectural asymmetry, like a knife. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
What takes your fancy? You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
Good day. Bastardo. No! The poor man! Carmuna always said he was a good soul.
No, she did not.
With grief, he was a good man. Always kind to everybody. Tempo's a system. Carmuna never said anything about her being a hussy. Always liked her. Haven't seen her for a few days now. Must be hiding. Polari's protector.
She said, hussy.
The poor thing. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
You return to the rack of clothing. Price tags rustle beneath your fingers. The rack sags a little in the middle. You turn away from the rack. The fire exit remains ajar, ball wedged into the crack. You open the door and climb the spotlit stairs once again. The matrix of lines and pixels representing the city ripples out in front of you once more. Renotel Diagnostics is intended for official personnel only. Input external device to continue. Goodbye. The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. Cowards. You see him, boots braced on a trembling deck. His vessel noses out past the breakwater into the Noscorrentes Sea. Behind, Portofino dissolves into a golden blur beneath a pale sky. Tell him to not go into that office himself. He shouldn't see. He doesn't have to like it, but his nights will be kinder for it. Ignatz, the man you first saw at Photo 24. What have he got to pseudopod? Ignatz was lurking around Photo 24 after all. A possibility, but consider that the truth of things is, at times, terribly simple. He furrows his brow. That look wasn't for nothing. Something happened over there. If he knows something, it'll require finessing. You scan the area, trying to mirror his gaze. Along the harbour, dock workers shuffle crates. Further out, the unfinished tram pylon looming over the bazaar. And beyond. Nothing. You squint. Only highlights and outlines remain as the dockyard and then the bazaar disappear. You glide across the water, out to sea, until it merges back into a meandering canal to the southeast. The Noscorrentes building. This time, you're sure of it. He lowers his head in brief salute.
Welcome back. Quite the commotion down there. Please, have a seat.
Whoosh goes the wind. The man offers you a look of great pity before turning away. So that's it. He's gone. Asset virtue. Confirmed. Zeroed out. You recall Vespar speaking of his time in the Guardia Municipal, a decade of low-stake days. His employer. What's he heard? The young man stares at you for a long time. This is a man of many competing loyalties. His family, his business, his friends. But the one that stays his hand the most? Your answer here must be important. The final test. Of course, religion is a drug for the masses. It's code. Shiftily, he looks around left and right. After a moment, he blows in and out, then leans in to whisper. It's not as serious as that, but you get the point.
Ah, hello again.
Before, she mentioned the magazine's sponsor is the Civilization Trust. It suddenly seems highly relevant that you recognize the name. Ding, ding, ding. The Trust is a well-known front organization founded and financed by Emter. Ouch. Sorry. The state cut all funding for the arts and humanities in '86. Not quite. The Ministry of Mass Culture has actually branded the Trust. Malicious actors tripping and flailing upon the world stage. Oh no. So close. To date, you haven't given the Trust a single soul. Ding, ding, ding. Correct. The Trust is nothing more than one of the many fronts for l'Empire sans territoire. Patrons of art, for any other sake but the art.
Yes, the Emter people. You can't move in the art world without brushing against it. The patronage of the Trust is the sole reason for the existence of dozens of magazines, theaters, and newspapers. I don't disagree with that, but it's simply not realistic these days. Without the Trust, there might not be a culture, at least not one you or I would recognize. Have you noticed recently what passes for art out there? Twinkly L-pop foolishness, seizure-inducing cartoons, adults eroding their wits with rubbish made for the prepubescent. Yes, that's the problem, isn't it? It's all right. You hear it, it sounds pleasant enough, and yet that pleasantness belies a spiritual inertia.
It occurs to you that this little magazine may well be the sum total of this woman's life and legacy.
Oh, there's no catch. They're just very attentive. The prestige of funding important cultural work.
The sub-editor smiles over at you both, twirling her red pen.
Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
The woman gives you both a little wave, a delayed smile just behind it. That sub-editor is an MTER operant for certain. Rank unknown. You don't know the full shape of her yet. Suddenly, you are struck by the horrible feeling that something obvious is eluding you. It's staring you in the face. An MTER building in a secluded spot, and with no advanced security. It appears that this whole operation is a front for the secret jail. The prisoner must be somewhere behind that door at the back. There's only one way to be certain. Go down there yourself. A successful poem submission might be the simplest way of getting through that door. That's what this place is all about, you know. Words arranged in meter on a page. There's always the dangerous option. Express delivery. Get yourself disappeared via that tapped payphone. End up in the basement with the missing father.
To our private office. Oh, and the basement, I suppose. There is no rest of the building. Forgive me, but may I inquire as to the uncommon interest in our offices?
This direct line of questioning is drawing far too much attention to you.
Fine then. Ask as many questions as you like. But the building really isn't that interesting, so don't expect much. As I already said, only staff and contributors are granted that privilege, as it's our collaboration space. In your case, all you need to do is submit a poem for the next issue. If we accept it, you will become an official contributor and be invited in as part of the editing process. Not really. Unless you're interested in reading through hundreds of rejected poetry submissions.
Forever consigned to the back room. The worst fate for any labored words.
Nothing. I'm afraid the lower level is entirely out of use at the moment. Even I haven't been down there. It's perennially flooded due to the nearby waterlock. It's supposed to be hermetic, but I guess the walls are getting old now.
Whatever's down there is a secret, kept even from her.
This space had been abandoned for several years before we moved in. As I recall, it was once a sewage treatment plant. Institutional requirement. One of the few conditions of our generous sponsor is that we abide by certain security guidelines. Naturally, if you say so. Is this about the man in the suit and glasses again? Another man? This must be some kind of joke.
The other side of the room, where the sub-editor sits, has suddenly gone still, silent. You're exposing yourself. Shut this down. Right now. Just because the words formed in your head does not mean you had to speak them.
The question's extraordinarily vague, but I do have an answer for you. To my knowledge, there is not a single Y chromosome in the entire facility. Ah, well, naturally. We accept submissions by mail or in person. Verse poetry only, and standard formatting rules apply. 12-point font, double-spaced. I read it first. If the work shows any promise, we'll work together on the edits to make sure it syncs. We have room for one more in our next issue. Is this some kind of a joke? Are you trying to test whether we really read our submissions? Well, we do, carefully. This poem was handed in by a sad and unkempt young woman not 3 days ago. And you thought to bring it inside? Please. I would ask that you not waste both our time with these games. You are here to submit what you do not have. A conundrum, one must say.
A mock interview ruptures whatever coolness you thought you had in this moment.
This is a publishing house, not a writing room. Besides, this kind of environment is not conducive to the kinds of inspired verses for which we hunger. I would suggest you find your own desk to write at. You must have one at home.
There was a desk back at photo 24, the one with the red folder on it. That would work.
My advice would be to make sure it's quiet and allow yourself time to contemplate before you commit to paper. Evidence of abundant poetic reserves, in particular, those that are unflinchingly extracted.
The inner core of people. She wants them to rip out whatever makes them tick.
Poetry is a natural resource. Nothing more, nothing less. Your work is to mine that resource at great personal cost, and ours is to refine it into the rarefied commodity that our readers demand. Oh, it is.
Petrol fires blackening the sky over raised jungles. Mountains leveled under the ant labor of 1,000 slaves that lived and died to produce a single gleaming shard.
You have it in you, but you must be fearless in extracting it. Absolutely not. Poets should never dumb down her verse for the sake of being understood. It is on you to interpret the meaning.
Glad someone's standing up for the word around here.
Oh, that was easy. Usually, this kind of debate goes on for hours, with neither side backing down. How refreshing. That is impossible for me to answer. I don't have favorite poets, only favorite poems.
Not a people person, then.
If you're after some samples for inspiration, I recommend browsing our latest issue. Till the fields of scripture, roll through the briar, make dreams out of scars, verses from fire. Not quite. I took one of LaGrace's stanzas, and I tweaked it to serve as motivation for those who aspire to our pages. It's in all of our issues under the submission guidelines. Please do. I don't really have time for this, so make it quick. If you say so. Adieu. May you be there when inspiration strikes.
You're back again.
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. An assortment of cargo crates sits in wait. You step away from the marked.
Marcia.
Two of the pilots slowly turn their heads towards the third, the silent one. A leaden silence descends. You have touched on something that should not have been touched upon.
Now, what makes you ask that?
Well, we're not. Not how we get our kicks.
If Joe wants to tell you, that's his problem. I'm not translating.
Steady breathing, a gaze as missing as it is fixed on you. The glasses only magnify what is fundamentally missing from the gaze. His companions may not accede to tell you, but he will, if you can understand him, that is.
You shouldn't.
Why don't you tell us something titillating instead, eh? Liven up the mood.
In his perennial lasciviousness, he's trying to throw a lifeline to his friend.
Frankly, there's not enough schnapps in this goddamn city. Besides, only Slava can really translate for Joe.
I'm not doing it. If he wants to tell you, that's his business. Why don't you tell us something nice, sweet thing? Lighten the mood a bit, eh? Until next time, sugar.
Hello, again. I'd hardly call Gonzalo up here. I hope he was on his best behavior.
There's no telling what Gonza's behavioral baseline is.
Are you sure? Gonzalo is a theatrical man. I'm just glad you don't seem to need medical attention in response to his medical attention. Just please don't let him operate on you. Very wise of you. Gonzalo was and is perfectly capable of sabotaging himself without my assistance.
Under the air of affected dismissal, the accusation cuts.
I'd rather not get into it, if you don't mind. Tell Gonzalo he can forget about this plaything. I was clear last time he called.
Only a fool would expect Gonza to be normal about anything.
That's just like Gonzalo, sending some poor bastard he's charmed over here to pester me. Technically, it is a medical training dummy. He had it custom made. What need does he have for it anyway? He shouldn't even be practicing anymore. That is not Gonza's. That's a legitimate medical training device. I keep Gonza's monstrosity well out of sight of my patients. Whatever pathology is at play, I want no part of it. That does sound like Gonzalo. I store it upstairs in the spare room, so I don't have to look at it. I'm afraid not. That area is private. I've considered it. The sort of disposal feels worse somehow. No, not a chance.
It wouldn't be terribly hard to fetch it yourself later tonight. A little breaking and entering practice, for old time's sake.
Until next time.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You could get that poetry magazine Houseman wanted, even though you found the jail. A little gift. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more. You scan the stall, but find no poetry section. Instead, there are several piles of unsorted periodicals, each one dozens of issues deep. Most of those journals look cheap, pulp adjacent really. They probably feel cheap too. Exactly. Think high quality spine, silky cover, something with a premium heft to it. You just need to dig in. You turn away from the piles of books. The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. Ouch. You catch your finger on an errant staple. The magazines bite back, resisting your futile effort to separate them by their value. You turn away from the piles of books.
Don't make eye contact.
I can't. Don't worry.
Yeah, the hypermall is cool if you know what you're looking for.
Thank fuck. It's leaving.
You're back, and you still look like that.
Yuck. That freak with the colored hair? Definitely not Moonglow. Whatever the opposite of Moonglow is, that's her.
It's true. She could never be a true Ultra. Sorry. She can't sing. She tried at school once, in the talent show. It was like high catastrophe. She died up there.
I mean, she should have actually died. If that was me, I would have just died. Why? Why? You're lezzing out together. Nonce. take that back. I'll fucking kill you.
Stop it! She's just trying to get a rise out of you. Don't listen to the freak.
Just tell her she's in Moonglow. She knows already, but it's good to remind people like that where they stand. She's like Sun Shadow. That's the opposite, right? Thank you. Sure.
You're back, and you still look like that.
Sure.
You find yourself before the strange tree once more. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business.
Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home.
The girl takes a long drag and raises a slow middle finger at you.
Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
Have you even read yourself, Cascade? The self is a text. Its meaning is not self-evident, even if you do live inside it. To understand it, it must be close-read, annotated, dissected, and subjected to several rigorous critical frameworks.
The book stays closed. It has a nice cover. What more do you need?
If done properly, very. There was a time when you were keen on reading beyond the surface. But then conformism intervened. You grew satisfied with a shallow idea of what you are.
Attempts have been made. 4 decades in, the text sports large underlined paragraphs and a fair amount of marginalia. None of this has rendered you any more intelligible.
Defector, spy, operant, miserable failure. These are all just cheap genre terms, a mask for the perfect impenetrability of the text. There are many methods, but the most reliable ones not tied to specific religious or psychoanalytic traditions involve disgorging your psyche onto the blank page and then contemplating the results. It's time to begin. Turn the scalpel inwards and then peer into the orifice you have made. Bolt of pain rips through your psyche. Soon, everyone will know what your innards look like. Good to see you on the scene again. Yes? Really? What? The bank? How can it be? This is not what the scene is about. I owe money to Emter?
Money. Some say it is real, others say it is fake. But it definitely has an impact on the world at large and the individuals within. For this young man, the explanation should be as simple as possible.
What does that mean?
Even simpler.
But how can it be? I have never even met anyone from Emter. How would they know of my desires?
You can do it. There is a moment of almost serene, silent reflection within his eyes before the stark reality washes over him.
Oh no. So I'm in a lot of debt. Is this what they call the invisible hand? I think I am feeling it around my neck. What should I do? Should I become an illusion brand ambassador? How am I going to face my father like this? He's a proud man, he wouldn't understand. No, it would never work out. He's got no sense of style and spends his days withering away in a cold hallway. It is just not possible for a Portofiran to pay back a loan. No one's ever done it. There must be somebody from Emter around here who could help me. Someone who could absolve me of my debt. Like a high priest of capital or a liquidity mage. Please, find them and help me. I promise I will make it worth your while.
That Mr. Metamoto guy comes to mind.
He's old school, living in his delusions of past grandeur. Thinks he's got it all figured out with the money, the business. Very proud. Zero knowledge of the scene or what's fresh. Going to give me another one of his lectures. Very uncool. He's the manager of the housing campaign. Or at least that's what he calls himself. In reality, he's just a janitor. Yeah, like what's definitely out. The scene's the scene. See you on the scene.
If I said I wanted you to touch me, where would you do it? Would it hurt?
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
Back for more metamoto?
He offers you a grin he doesn't seem to have a firm hold on. Fuck it. Just grab it.
No, you don't! You would try to take even this from me? A cruel world for Minamoto. Crueler than I remember it yesterday. A forgiver. We are around. We linger. Whose debt needs abracadabraing? Yes, our program for the disadvantaged to accentuate their purchasing power. Fantastic stuff. Very fair rates. Fair child, there is no such thing as money. It is a mere promissory note. There is only debt and credit. Why not? Seems I have very little on, but I require holy water for the right of forgiveness.
The liquidity mage needs liquid.
That is the official term, isn't it? The forgiveness of debt in return for a confession of sin against capital? We all live at the expense of someone. In well-stocked markets and machines. The name, Wisnia Schnapps. On tour. The on tour part is very important. Return with it, and we can begin the ride. Goodbye. Be well.
The brightly coloured cans and cigarette packets seem even more vivid upon your return. If you change your mind, they'll still be here.
Hello again. What'll it be?
They're not here. Never drank himself. Product of her generation. She knew how to keep herself to herself. Like one of those master sword makers the government subsidizes to make 2 blades a year. It took him a long time to warm up to people, but once he did, he was loyal to a fault.
Let me know if you need something else. You have choices. The burden of choice was too much, huh? I can't pay you any more today. The boss will ask questions. See you.
The stool remains as haphazard as ever. You turn away from the path.
Just stop, please.
You're back again. How bad does it look?
Scaly reliefs and cracked plates, like some diseased
Shit, I knew.
Common bore deterrents, loud.
Are you serious? And right in the middle of a boar infestation, too?
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods.
My format-sensitive friend. how goes it? Maybe not. The bazaar is closing up soon. Another day, another cultural molestation.
Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the ad for the reality situation you've seen before. The sounds from the commercial fade. Sprawled in front of you is a huge control panel. It looks exactly how you imagine the cockpit of a flying machine would. Work this out, and you should be able to drain the water outside. The controls before you are unlabeled. There are 2 glowing buttons, a switch, and a single large lever. Sequential logic applies. Operating the controls in a specific order will lower the water outside. First, press the red button. Pretty standard for a hydraulic pump. The switch and lever suggest a mechanical interlock. Hard to gauge which one comes first. For now, the red button. Work out the rest after. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the surrounding plumbing. First step confirmed. Sluice cycle initiated. Next, either switch or lever. The metal switch flips to on with a heavy, satisfying thunk. That's the sound of being technically correct. Next, the lever. A hum of machinery runs through the walls. No warning lights, no worrisome noise. Keep going. As you suspected, the button releases a stream of water somewhere when it is held down. The hiss turns into a trickle, and then stops entirely. The water won't drain unless it has somewhere to go. Nothing appears to happen. Best guess, toggle for a humidity sensor, or pressure relief for a bypass pipe. Ignore it. It's irrelevant. The button remains nestled in its place, oblivious to your thoughts. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the surrounding plumbing. Next, switch, then lever. Thunk, and the switch flips to off. This is it. Now hold down the red button. Again, a hiss of water erupts somewhere inside the plumbing. You hear it running through the water lock, splashing through on the other side. That worked. It's draining. You leave behind the control panel, its arcane language now mastered. The container is still overfull with rubbish. The rubbish container and all its spoils continue to rot through time.
Go on. It must be down there somewhere.
But it's all slimy.
My expensive bottle of schnapps. She dropped it in the water, so now it's drained. She can go and get it for me.
It was an accident.
I know, Caracalito, but it's still your fault, so you have to find it. Don't you agree? What are you, the Canal Carabinero? Whatever. Come on then, down you go. Not for 2 weeks. Normally her mother looks after her, but I've got some time off myself, so I'm doing it.
We're spending quality time together.
We were, until you dropped my bottle in the water. What about it? I don't want your schnapps, I want mine. Besides, that's the cheap stuff. I had the on-tour edition, the strong stuff. What about it? No, I want my schnapps. Beer is for relaxing after I get home from work, not during my time off. Nice try, but we're not moving. We got to this fishing spot first. It's ours. Those long boots are perfect for wading. I see your game.
Don't step on the shrimp. They make your shoes smell.
A bottle sits in wet surrender among the grime. The label, damp but still holding strong, reads, Vishnya Schnapps on tour. Must be the expensive bottle of schnapps the young girl dropped into the water. It's 60% proof, much stronger than a typical bottle of schnapps. The sour cherry flavour makes it go down easy. A one-stop bottle for all your drinking needs. No, you have a regular bottle of schnapps. This is a special one. You snatch up the bottle and realise it's unopened, and therefore uncontaminated. You are faced with 2 options. Return it to the father at the top of the ladder, or... Out of the darkness emerges another wolf cup. Large, plastic, and glorious. The plastic wolf, in round spectacles, reads an ancient tome. A wizard's staff strapped to the back of his cloak. Splashed across the cup's side. Eager wolf. Someone seems to have put this container away for safekeeping, and then forgotten about it. He looks sort of bookish and reserved, actually. Itching to prove that he can lead the pack, if they'll only give him the chance. He looks like the kind of wolf who'd stick his snout in between the pages when no one was looking, just to smell the old paper. Blobs of yellow paint refuse to stare back at you. His gaze is fixed somewhere to the side, drawn away from his book. By what? It's unclear. Eager Wolf joins the crew. Another plastic wolf cup in your hand. As before, 1 out of 6 is stamped on the hard bottom. If you're a child, perhaps, Maybe you should find some and ask them about these cups. The door looms. Its keypad glowers at you dubiously. Glossy metal finish. No hint of rust or weathering. An even darkness runs along the door's edges. The metal is cool against the flesh of your ear. You only hear a low warble and the thumps of your own heartbeat. A heavy, die-cast 10-digit keypad with a matrix of tactile switches. A trio of wires runs from the bottom of the keypad to the door. The keypad sends its input to a series of relays inside the door. If the input is right, solenoids pull the bolts open. Assuming an 8-digit combination, you're looking at 100 million possibilities, rounded up by 1. With enough time, and assuming invalid inputs wouldn't trigger a series of alarms. You look around the imposing door. It's hard to see its full form without a light, but inside, there seem to be hundreds of small protuberances sprouting along a cylinder. An intricate configuration that reminds you of the night sky. The arrangement of the pins mimics the 93 constellations. There is only one security system that uses that setup, the Carve Pistorius Mark III, a legendary keypad and lock duo. It's the latest trend in security. Technical complexity has become inspired by the many spectacular formations found in nature. The door does not react to your awe. Good news. This system was accidentally released with a big, honking security flaw. A legendary failure. All you need to do is switch 2 wires around and the keypad will accept any input. Easy. A vulnerability leaked to the Opera in '87, courtesy of a disgruntled engineer who had defected to the People's Republic. A cheat. There lies the scoundrel's way. No frill in that. No panache. How utilitarian. Remember, a paragon of her craft would defeat her opponent with flourish. The Carve Pistorius Mark III's keypad blinks patiently. See the blue wire and the yellow wires under the keypad? Unplug them, switch them around, and put them back in. The lights on the keypad go dark. You plug the wires back in, the other way around. After a moment, the keypad lights up and a message blinks on its screen. Input code. Pick digits. Any digits. 8 at most. Press the star when done. The keypad accepts the numbers. It blinks rapidly 3 times before emitting a pleasant chime. The door opens unceremoniously before you. The metal drawer slides out nearly soundlessly, revealing rows of official-looking folders. After a moment of rifling, your fingertip catches on a sharp edge. The culprit is a large beige folder, labelled Visitors, notated. What a footfall for a 2-person magazine office. Strangers in grainy black and white stare back at you. Under each photo, a terse itinerary. Visitor, date of arrival, date of departure. Each of them seems to have left the same way. Flight D153 to a regional airport in Ile-de-Serres. There were reports of a ghost site labour colony on Ile-de-Serres that the opera took seriously. Operant cylinder. Status lost. was convinced Emter were behind it, though he could not ultimately prove it. Going by the dates, their visitors don't tend to stay long. This is a liminal space. Your time may be limited. You skip through the stack until your eye catches on a man's face. Mid-60s, eyes blown up by milk bottle glasses. The last time you saw him, he was smiling at the camera. He isn't smiling here. He looks exhausted and grubby, crumpled at the corners. His glasses were still with him when this was taken. A sudden talisman, the last thing he gave up. Visitor Krantz Eno, date of arrival 4/3/96, date of departure 4/18/96. Flight D513 to Ile-de-Serres direct. Notes, prolonged interrogation, mostly unsuccessful, until daughter threatened. Gone. You have found someone who isn't really here. It disappears soundlessly into the stack. You look for any young woman by the name of Ultravioletta. You find none. Obviously a stage name. She could still be in here somewhere, unknown to you. You bend your arm at an uncomfortable angle and press around at the deepest part of the drawer. Nothing. Not even a lost paperclip or bent staple. The drawer's base makes a thin rattle, not the hollow echo you were hoping for. You pull your hand back from the standard issue cabinet. Files crowd over the gap you made. Time to render this material post. Take this glorified accountant apart, from the outside in. Your eyes scan the scuffed metal flanks, the slightly crooked base. The cabinet wilts under your relentless visual grilling. Hold. What's this? A covert statement etched upon the steel. Nestor is dead, history too. Poems are gay, and so are you. A worthy ideological foe after all. The metal rattles against itself as the drawer slides shut. The heavy steel door contains a single small window. Next to it, another brand new intercom like the one upstairs. As with anything that talks in this city, it is emblazoned with the blue Renotel logo. Heavy condensation is obscured through layers of glass. Nothing can be seen here, in the domain of shadow and smudge. Your fist barely makes a sound on the thick, reinforced metal. You hear a brief, static crackle. It fades out to leave the ambient hum of another room. You hold your ear to the box, living electricity buzzing along your ossicle bones. Somewhere in the amplified quasi-silence, there's a distant rustling, perhaps breathing. No, it still matters a great deal. This little corner of the outline refuses to be filled in, for now. A knot of tension forms between your eyes. Once again, You're a step behind. A wave of static crashes over the line. For a moment, nobody says anything. Green water sloshes about your feet. Here it is, the side deal. First of several, potentially. A long, crackling sigh fills the room. The girl Yana is withholding sacred Lusian artifacts from you. This cannot stand. The phone line hisses and goes silent. Minister of Mass Culture for Laluz, political theorist, suspected war criminal, architect for Laluz's meteoric cultural rise. As of this year, 26% of all media originates from Lusian-affiliated distributors. Weekly textile shipments from Laluz to the developed world, 1.5 million tons. Estimated age, mid-70s. Known photos, 0. While his influence is immense, Reyes himself remains an unbroken cipher, despite repeated attempts to crack him. More background radiation than man. Like all the opera's great enemies, Facundo Reyes is referred to primarily by his epithet. What might have begun as an inhale of breath transforms into a static roar that fills up the audioscape. Amidst the violent buzz of fluctuating electrical signals, you sense the presence of nearby power lines, servo motors and radio emitters. The edges of your eyes begin to burn, pooling at the back of your mouth, an unpleasant taste, petroleum. The ocean of static suffocates the air around you. If something human lies within, it is drowned too far to be heard. Footsteps right above you, coming this way. Vanish now. As you strain to hear for a response, you feel the air get sucked out of the room. In the open doorway stands the sub-editor. You can just make out the shine of a red pen, held aloft, dagger-like. Cold liquid snatches at your steps like wet hands as you run towards your only hope at escape. A crackle on the water surface, then something seizes your ankles, then your whole body, as the world blackens. The copy editor taps her red pen against the side of her face and stares at you unblinking. She runs her thumb over the pen, teasing its mechanical tip. Cold, crackling spikes of electricity run up and down your spine from focal points on your back. 10,000 needles across your skin. You're wearing epidermal electrodes, contact points for a remote electroshock device. Sick. A click beneath her thumb and a jolt of pain tears through your skin, sharp and sudden. Fuck. Scattergang. Your arms off. Run. She presses her finger lightly against the pen. She looks around theatrically, waiting for a strike that does not come. Twitches. Your interrogator doesn't even notice. She's staring at your face, gently biting the thick end of her red pen. memento from the protests in 81. The bullet by your heart. The one that could move an inch and kill you. Gunshot victim D. Long-range penetration. Anterior left chest entry wound with surrounding burning stain. No exit. Extraction impossible without death. She was scouring your body while you were out. Click. A fresh flare of agony rattles along your bones. Your mouth so wide that it tears your lips. Sear off the flesh. Replace it with static, and soon, metal. Die to electricity. Awaken as metal. The woman blinks twice and adjusts her position. She stares at you, lips parted, eyes alight, her thumb roving gently over the pen. Just tell her, fuck it. Strange question. Yes and no. Just no, really. Kill yourself before she does. She frowns, taken aback. We have no idea. Click. The world drops you like an old toy. You wake to blurry vision, thudding ears and a dull ache in your lower spine. The setting sun is hot on your face. Purple light spots are burned into the back of your eyelids. The couch doesn't belong to anyone. It is a couch of the city. As much a part of it as any building. Any crossroads, any patch of slate grey sky. Someone is standing nearby, watching you. Your eyes realign and find a young girl staring at you, chewing a lock of her own hair.
Over there. I don't know. I just found you asleep.
The girl nods seriously and gives you a little thumbs up. A derelict beach, a grey canal, and the Noscarentis Review building, less than 50 meters away up the hill beyond the waterlock. The grey, wind-crested bay of Kepra ahead, and the city behind. That's viewed us, by way of the southeast roundabout. You didn't move at all. Someone else did it. Lifted you up and dumped you here.
He had to go grown-up fishing, is what he said. But he said I can take the tram home all by myself.
It will be dark soon.
Can you help me with something? I need to get this knot undone.
The girl holds out a small hook tangled in fishing line. Bind in. No, not again. You take the hook and its clot of near-invisible wire. Double, lost in theatre. Status captured, interrogated. Loyalties non-existent. Conclusion, failure. Brackets inevitable. Your hands are trembling. The child is asking for your help. Focus.
Mantis shrimp. But they move pretty fast.
Faster than you. It's a haphazard tangle of wire, formed on the universe's whim. Still, it conjures up an uncomfortable feeling in you. Your wrists burn, the skin chafed, your shoulders ache from the pull. You pick at the wire, your fingernails slipping off the fine thread. Here and there, you make progress. Coming apart at the seams. This time you weren't. Next time you might be.
Are you okay? Did something happen to you? No, I'm real. But you seem so...
You tug on the last loop of thread. The tangle vanishes as the hook slips free.
I don't know. Very...
She knows the feeling, but not the word.
Cool. Thanks so much. Oh, yeah. The man told me to give this to you.
She holds out a clot of folded paper.
The man with no heart.
Houseman, the null persona.
Yeah. Is he your dad? Oh. Maybe you're old too.
It appears to be an origami rendering of some kind. An anatomically correct human heart. Contoured, dynamic, expressive. A shining example of the form. Or at least it would be, if it hadn't been subjected to the inside of a 10-year-old's pocket. Easier, yes, but less fulfilling. The flattened paper reveals a handwritten message within the shape. Big ticket item about to hit the organ block. Opening bids already coming in by payphone. Party alley, west side. Who will we say is calling operant? Below the scrawled text, a childlike drawing of a heart, coloured in red. Houseman no doubt organised your release from the jail.
The heart is pretty. He drew a heart, so he must like you. Nope. Okay. But how would I know? I can't see inside people. For what?
Your gaze instinctively turns north, towards the fog and colour of Party Alley. This marked payphone then. It seems someone will be waiting for you on the other end.
format-sensitive friend. How goes it? Maybe not. The bazaar is closing up soon. Another day, another cultural molestation.
Oh, it's you. What? A jail?
Her voice is thin. She's not strong enough to carry him alone.
Oh no. He was right. Did you see anything else? Anything at all? Ile-de-Seuse. Dad's never been to Ile-de-Seuse. He's never even been out of Portofino.
Her did it. She's becoming hysterical.
I can't talk right now. I need a moment.
She turns away from you in her stand, burrowing deeper into her hoodie.
The GM who's supposed to be keeping watch over there. Have you seen him? The one who's always scratching. His mother asked Carmunda to keep an eye on him for her. Make sure he's doing his job. It's my nephew, little Maurito. In trouble again.
Little Marito is at least 190 centimeters tall and no younger than 32.
Deserting his post, leaving all Carmuna's goods undefended. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
You've come back.
Loneliest of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Very good. Let us commence.
He takes the on tour from you with both hands and drinks it with surprising care.
I hereby forgive thee and thee associates. May the cold breath of capital recede from your neck, and your balance sheets turn a purified white.
The veil is lifted.
Abracadabra.
Intriguing. The enemy reveals its advanced cognitive maneuvers. This black art was previously unknown to the Operant Bureau.
The dark magic of personal finance works in mysterious ways. But it works. And the world applauds every time. Too big to fail. Though this forgiver is not opposed to more wholly liquid preventative maintenance. Certainement, debt is not real. Imagine the computing system suddenly implode. Bang, bang, bang. It all disappears. Dread, zero. We're back to roughing up defaulters on the streets, shaking change out of pockets. Who's counting, really? Everybody. And nobody. Liberalism can do anything if you only just believe. It has already taken effect. He who was once lame can now walk. Well, that is, of course, a secret.
Lap in the air like a giant child's tongue.
Oh yes, wonderful. Very good. Me too. No. To commune with the prophet, you must first offer libations.
Could have guessed that was coming.
Again. Now you understand. Shei Meramoto is always B-Y-O-B. If you insist. Wonderful.
The senior negotiator takes the drink from you and downs it without even sitting up properly.
Now, treaties and secrets. I presume you're familiar with La Tour Vulgar?
The master treaty that ended history and stagnated all current world affairs, signed 96 years ago by the developed world and the superbloc.
But I don't think they realize that it's still being negotiated. This secret treaty that Emter has brought to Luce, it's another piece of scaffolding to prop up the decaying facade of La Tour Vulgar. I'm sure you've noticed, La Luce have started up military action again. This Réunion campaign of theirs, imperialism with new branding. We're going to shut all that down. No more fighter jets, no more aircraft carriers, no more little annexations of former territories that end with flat-bombed capitals and bodies in craters. A free peek in the girls' changing rooms, of course. A dalliance with the developed world. Culture blockade comes down, La Luz get to hawk their wares uninhibited. I do, yes. I think it's a very good deal for the bank. Look around. Lusian culture is already among us. Bringing them into the developed world won't make that much difference. If anything, it will legitimize the culture and render it less sexy. Under their reach. And you never know. Maybe showing them the wonders of our side of town will have a liberalizing influence on their more isolationist tendencies. Apparently, some tete-a-tete time with the Minister of Mass Culture himself. Although, word is, Reyes is very keen on this deal. Wants it to happen. A few cries of dissent amongst the military hardliners, yes. All action, light, and noise. No understanding of soft power. At Reno's pied-à-terre, the city's true seat of power. I don't know. Gaps in the schedule, unclear times of arrival. Oscar and Freddy are getting played, and played hard. Yes, Freddy may call it mysterious. I call it uncurbed shithousery. The mood. Reno's eyes have swiveled towards lunar assets. He wants to send rockets to the moon. And his old friend Meramoto will ignite the thrusters. He is hosting the secret treaties in exchange for these cosmic flight paths. Reno Lunar. Where they've been for the last century. Loitering outside the party they can't get into. But you can tell everyone that Metamoto's going to fold the Lucians like entry-level origami. My kind of picture. L'Empire sans territoire. We are a bank. The bank. Highly invested in the economic stability of the developed world. Ah, the dark origins of our kind. On with it then. Centuries back, far before the Tour Wulgar and the vivisection of the world, MTR was one of the first banks ever incorporated. Of course, in those days, it was simply Banque Imperiale. Well, eventually, La Banque found itself in a death struggle with one of our hated rivals, the other first bank ever established. The great powers backed our rival, cowards, and outlawed us from establishing any physical presence. We were driven far below the surface. Thus we became the first shadow bank, dealing in dim spaces between the walls. Criminal enterprises, political saboteurs, anyone who didn't care for receipts. True, in the dark days, we had to employ a corps of bruisers to crack defaulting skulls. Our first operants, if you think of it. Now it's all so much more humane. Peaks above board. The full stimulation package. Always persuasive. Back to times past. We stayed invisible, mounting power decades, over centuries, until we leapt back into the light. MTR, you name it, knew us. We bankrolled a certain enterprising rebel faction in Niado Lima. Bloody struggle. Many years. Once the last of the blood had been hosed off the streets, our clients realized it takes even more money to run a government than to topple one. Hence our greatest innovation, the stability loan. Now we grip a string on every limb of the world. Of course, nice names and nice optics. The bank has always been your friend.
MTR is normalized. Something that sane, non-conspiratorial people could complain about to each other. All is right with the world.
A scenario. You want to buy your sexy girlfriend some glorious flowers. Before you can do that, your employer, the boss, wants a shift from you. To buy the flowers, you work the shift. We have thus a standard exchange under capital. But technically, aren't you simply exchanging the shift for the flowers?
Raw deal. The flowers will deprecate. The shift is forever.
Premium requires commitment. But, humor me, what is the employer doing in the middle of all of this? Oh, you can be sure of it. The world doesn't need us. Has never needed us, in fact. So one would have to conclude they like us. Make no mistake. This is a case of willful possession. All seals torn from boundaries. Eternal.
The ending of the end.
Good deal, very good deal. Who doesn't appreciate stability? Feet on terra firma. Take this very city, for example. Sorry to hear. Maybe try taking on some debt personnel. Look around you. We saved this place, you realize that? Peripheral backwater, barbaric. Without us, swallowed by Reunion, eaten alive by the sister kingdom. Don't just believe, I live it. Debt is stimulating. Makes people work for tomorrow. The future. Next, the city sheds its deadweight industries, steps blushing and virginal upon the world stage, ready to be ravished by multi-tentacled capital. They should be thanking me for my largesse. Oh, of course. Behind the gun, not held up by it. In the short term, at least. Officially, near nothing. My compensation, the love of the game. Also, massive chunks of equity. Every night before bed, I clasp my hands together and pray for seismic liquidity events. Oh, so not just big picture. You're talking illicit picture. The secrets of the realm. Copies of 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 copies. I met one of the copies, actually. Twice. Lusian Minister of High Economy. He had a name, but no hope of recall, I'm afraid, given current circumstances. Geo something. First time official, big table talks, lobby of a vacant hotel. Diplomatic jousting. Second time at a forum. Few words and a polite nod, nothing spirited. Aggressive, but honest. No nonsense. Replete with vision, a necessity for big picture stuff. Rapid on logistics. Got the layers, the interlocking. Talked about growth, dynamic curves, and diversification. A pleasure to stare down across the table. I did, I'll admit it. Bonded over aviation. Shared interests, skywardly inclined minds. But eventually there was something uncanny about him. Like he was imitating movement. A fraction of a second behind the true conductor.
An image. It's negative. The image again.
But who's to say I wasn't simply projecting? I'd be happy to sit across from him again. Bring it onward. Years ago, sovereign funds, overseas. The cut and thrusting of jurisdictions. Zonings. Not shady, in the light. Very technical, but very legal. High wire financing. Of his sacred deals, Minamoto will speak no more. I can tolerate them if they're not too long and I have a good booth. Much prefer a good jazz club, though. Ah, the opera. I don't think of the opera. Too much magnitude for you? Goodbye. Be well.
Did you find an empty person? A right of forgiveness? What does that mean for the scene? Okay. Extremely big news for the scene. But wow, is this how it usually works? Yeah, I've been thinking about that myself. I am very grateful for you helping me out of this bind. The scene was on the verge of collapse. I'm thinking of broadening my horizons and those of the scene. Not just looking towards the future, but also the past. Further than the now. Economic realities have got me agitated. The fate of the scene hangs in the balance. Time is out of joint. The future has become now. Tomorrow's problem becomes a problem of today. But what became of today's problem? It haunts the Palace of Culture. Communism of the historic kind. A better time. Allegedly a better scene as well. Everything was free and ballers were abound. I'm going to go to the Palace of Culture to investigate all of the threads and fads that happened before my time. This confusion with money tells me that I've been a communist all along, though I have only just now realized this. Yes, the big rundown building over there. Thanks for all your help. See you when I see you. On the scene.
You step up to the terminal again. You close the box.
Operant, there's a fact in the output tray of that accursed machine. It seems important.
Important? There's only one way she could assess that.
Yes, I did. Apologies, I was momentarily overcome.
She gives you a small nod. Caught out for her nosiness. She doesn't dare do anything else.
I'll be right here.
The fax machine hums faintly. A single sheet sits in the tray, edges curled like a beckoning finger. Big ticket item about to hit the organ block. Opening bids already coming in by payphone. Party alley, west side. Who will we say is calling Operant? Below the scrawled text, a childlike drawing of a heart, coloured in red. No doubt, it was Houseman who organised your release from the jail.
Everything in order? What are you doing? Oh dear.
Soon, but not as soon as you'd hoped. The paper is fully mulched up. You swallow with a gulp.
So, is it bad news? Well, I'm just glad that thing's finally done what it's supposed to do.
To this marked payphone, then. It seems someone will be waiting for you on the other end. You turn away from the fax machine. The stereo is right where you left it. You slot the disc into place and hit play. You slot the disc into place and hit play. You step away from the equipment. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Fuck machines with 11 stages of vibration, hydrophobic jackets that light up in the dark, and personal electronic terminals. Put on your seatbelt, Herschel. The future is here. So you won't fall out mid-drive. We're going to the Brand Embassy, the hypermarket in the center of Cicatriz Frontera. There are. Of course, I understand that coming from Novessa, you might be intimidated by anything bigger than a gas station. But take a look at the clothing racks. This is the pinnacle of human innovation. Sacrophobe, Crossbill, Lunadista, Tracker. Clothes of the future designed by artists of the future, using materials of the future. It's all good, Herschel. It's not about fascism, it's about fashion. The threads are cool, are they not? Just put one of them on. Don't worry about it. You'll look good in any of them. Take a couple of pictures and you'll be on your way. You can keep the jacket too, and why not take a couple more pieces home with you? Of course. We'll throw in a couple of sol as well, for your troubles, if you don't mind. There's no hidden agenda. You don't have to believe in anything. You just get your passport stamped by the Brand Embassy, and some money, and threads. Excellent choice.
The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal, its frame weather-stained and dulled.
Hello there.
Put the tragic image of his body in her mind. Let your voice carry loss.
I'm sure there is, darling. Tell me all about him. Tell me what you want to hear me do to him. Shall we rip them off, baby? Shall we see how big he is underneath?
These are not the images you needed in your mind, yet there they are.
Tell me all about it. Tell me how bad you've been. I don't think that's all bad. Unless you want it to be. In which case, baby, you're a sinner. Whatever you say, baby. Line's always open. I'll miss you.
You step away from the phone into the dark. A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. Hugo's houseboat. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. That would necessitate coming within spitting distance of his hated rival. Neither doctor is willing to break their date on. Differences of opinion in medical practice are just the tip of the iceberg here. The hull of the boat looks solid as the door. However, around the corner, on the stern side, you notice a window, slightly ajar. The frame is solid, the hinges well-oiled and free of rust. You'll need enough force to disjoint a 15mm thick aluminium alloy frame, supported by a weather-tight rubber seal. The answer is no. At the midpoint of the door is a 3-point full stainless steel lock. Only by someone with specialized knowledge of heavy-duty seacraft doors and their mechanisms. You slink away from the houseboat. A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. Hugo's houseboat. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. Perhaps he's been waiting for your arrival to put out that particular welcome mat. You slink away from the houseboat.
You're back again.
The officer looks into your eyes and finds the fear of your meaning. He stifles a gasp. The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. He lowers his head in brief salute. The rack stands alone and unguarded, but for a padlock on the plastic cover's zipper, you leave the rack alone. By whom? There is no response, just the sound of your own breath against cool plastic.
Looks like you missed your tram. But at least you didn't get yourself zeroed out. So thank you for that. Just a casual phone call between old friends. We've got a lot to catch up about. You really went off script back there. We're lucky an old associate reached out and filled us in.
Today, 0 soul down. Artificial dreams flicker against the wall. Fleeting promises of what could be yours for the price of a few soul.
We're only as good as our sources. even when those sources don't technically exist. You know, I've heard in the developed world they have semioticians who insert secret meta messages into advertisements.
Summer, get out of...
Messages that bypass the mind's conscious defenses entirely, going straight from your senses into your preconscious.
Moss and your task etches itself in the folds of your subconscious. A bird passes across the beam of the projector, casting a lunatic shadow as it goes.
I don't know that I'd go that far. We make it up as we go along. The meaning comes after. You said this was way bigger than you and Pseudopod, and you were right.
Already the outlines of the whole picture are beginning to shimmer. Your fingers tingle at the chance to fill them in. Assassinate a high-ranking foreign official. Return to the Operant Bureau's graces. This is the offer that's been extended to you. You've already given over to yourself. These words are simply gestures to be performed.
Personally, no. I'm just going by what the big board says. The one that says, win conditions at the top. It's looking pretty bad. They say we're fucked if you don't pull this off. It's more like a very large table made up of many smaller tables. The men who maintain it are very sad and pale, with oily hair and long fingernails. But I'm told they're critically important, so what do I know? Without tables, there are no men. That's what I've come to understand. It's like this. This L-pop stuff is worth tens of billions, even when it's banned in most of the world. The Lucian cultural victory depends on it.
By contrast, the international market for prolet folk consists of 5 geriatric scenesters on a commute outside Capablanco.
Meanwhile, the threat of Reunion keeps MTER's money and clients tied up all along the borders of the old Lucian Empire. Removing that would be a major boon to their stability victory condition.
Your controller sighs.
It seems we're just hoping to hold off our rivals long enough to win on tiebreakers.
You can practically feel her pinching the bridge of her nose as she says tiebreakers.
Great question. Call it the never-before-attempted moral victory condition. Let's not overthink this. We're here to advance our own plots and thwart our enemies. Let's see if we can make someone else play the rubber gimp for a change. Let's talk about what you need now. A plan, a tool, some friends. You recently made a new acquaintance, did you not? An older foreign gentleman.
Dante, the old prisoner.
He seems like a highly knowledgeable individual. I'm sure he could help you find a suitable time and place for your purposes. Then you just need to speak with someone who can dispose of him. Wherever the bank has an office, there's a head of human capital. If there's a deal to be struck, they'll be the one to approve it. Delusions of entrepreneurship, very concerning. Also tangential. Find the head of human capital. Find out what your new acquaintance is worth to them. Give them the moon if they ask for it. We'll make it up as we go along. I was thinking something discreet, portable, quiet.
A pistol with suppressor, either built-in or attachable.
Difficult to acquire, impossible to conceal. Carabineros will have you in a minute. Sadly, we haven't got the time nor the connections to arrange a proper import. This one's going to have to be procure in theater.
Opera speak for your problem.
I told them we should have stuffed something in the fax machine. Alas, my request was deemed extravagant. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you. Cascade, please do not express your individuality.
Let's be real. Your controller doesn't get it. You need gold coating on the barrel. You need little skulls carved into the grip. And what about having 2 triggers on there? Absolutely not. Leave the gaudy flair to amateurs and corpses. If it's memorable, you've already failed.
You didn't think you were going to do this alone, did you? I was thinking someone to watch your back, carry your purse. Be that as it may, you're going to need a squad.
Squad. From square. A formation that can defend itself in 4 directions. No phone line is safe when he's on your side.
That's a great shame. I'll make sure he gets his unmarked star. Much like your old friend himself. And you think she might be up for this? Worth asking about her availability in any event. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? Another unmarked star. What a shame. Yes, she probably would take any role you offered her. Her, I actually have a note on here in my files. Seems her father set up a clinic on a houseboat somewhere in Kisak. Maybe worth paying him a visit.
A houseboat doctor. Could it be Dr. Hugo? Perhaps he's changed his name.
Right. The stress of the job seems to have left your double somewhat
Fucked. Impressionable.
inert. I would probably count him out for this assignment. I'll be there for you as well. You can reach me from any payphone if you need help in theater. For anything extra sensitive, you can call me from the phone in your apartment. Take heart, my friend. We're at the end of history. Everything that can go wrong already has. Now get some rest. Don't fall for false advertising.
A click, then nothing.
Can you smell that, Cascade?
Sweetish, faintly burning. The odor of leaking refrigerant.
An intrusion from the past, with the augmented feeling of reality that olfactory information lends to memory. The call of Satellite Facility B, a vast honeycomb of windowless hexagonal rooms in a satellite facility 20 kilometers outside Novessa. In administrative limbo with the burnouts and fuck-ups. For 5 years, you wandered like a discarnate entity around those mazes of unlabeled discs, vacuum-sealed bags, and folders in a vertiginous array of colors: ochre, pomegranate, olive, and beige.
A sickly bureaucratic rainbow. the decaying remains of the opera's collective memory.
Every few days, you encountered another poor soul between the shelves. A man or woman with a haunted, wan expression, or else some hideous, permanent injury. You were lucky. If your controllers thought you a traitor, they'd have declared you a null entity and had you shot. If they believed you a true incompetent, you would have been sent to the lunar cadmium mines.
You might have remained forever, had the occasion not arisen to unfreeze you.
Beware, Cascade. You have seen how easily you can be shelved. As soon as your assignment is over, all bets are off. Already their fingers are hovering over the storage button. But now, you won't be caught off guard.
Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Alive?
Her safety catch flips to off.
Where? Last place he expected to find himself, I bet. Would be funny if it wasn't. So, not the weakened eye. Emter. That one's the big bank, right? Seems like they found some territory then, if he's currently chained up in it. What's he giving them? Are we fucked? Fuck. Are you alright? Yucky. Whatever gets you off. Your fetishes are your own. Thanks for coming through, Herschel. I honestly don't know. Temple never said anything about him, which was strange. Most of the time, he can't wait to tell you about his latest secret. This one, he was terrified from the jump.
Half a city away, an old man hunches on a damp mattress and thinks of the odd stranger who went through so much effort to find him.
Does Dante prick say anything else? And what's that gonna cost you? Well, we've gotta do something about him, haven't we, Herschel? Loose fucking end. Someone's gonna trip and break their neck.
The girl watches you, dancing her cigarette back and forth in front of her face. The device. Ask her about the device.
Speak your piece. Who do you trust? Me or this clapped-up old clown? Oh, that mega violator. Yeah, sure, I've got it. Rarest you've ever known. One of a kind, even. Yeah. Intimately.
Impossible. A memory passes through an older memory, and each calls the other a ghost. Both leave a little of themselves within the other.
When'd you get so slow, Hirsch? Me. I'm right here. Always have been. Death's for small thinkers. Transitory cunts. I'm the eternal kind. You think Taxman, prized fucking asset, wouldn't hold up his end of the promise? I told him, Cascade or nothing.
Person to person.
He is there and not there. All your senses twitch at the eeriness, at the undeniability of it. The girl stubs out her cigarette, steady yet forceful, suddenly engrossed in the act of crushing.
How you been, Hirsch?
I've missed you around. Yeah. Curse go forward, curse go back.
You remember him saying that a long time ago. Chant-like, a little ritual.
Is that all you've got to say? Nothing but stupid fucking jokes. Because there's a lot at stake. Because I didn't know whether you were on my side, let alone dependable. And because you were pretty late. Also, I really didn't think you'd believe me. I mean, I wouldn't.
And yet, doesn't it chime a distant chord? The Lusian political elite being strange copies of themselves.
They're more like bootlegs. Imprints, I think they call them. Sounds impossible, right? I thought so too, but clearly, a little bit possible. Witchcraft. It's like a bad mirror. A wishing well for your loose dreams, for all the inner colors of you. It starts with a memory or something. But don't ask me, I was considerably fucking hypnotized for most of it. Kind of. He just gave me a load of ketamine, which I'm pretty sure isn't in the official manual. But you have to be like a blank slate. Totally receptive, basically comatose.
A weave of city away. The being formerly known as Pseudopod twitches in his dream.
There were pictures on the wall projected from the machine, and I think an image of Tempo as a kid. Like I said, fucking witchcraft. Darker than I remember them. I don't have shit of his memories either, so let's not play 20 fucking questions. I'm just him now, and that's it. Yeah, the pricks in power fire it up whenever they need a new politicant. All from one guy bootlegging himself over and over for like 300 years. According to Tempo, anyway. But when we covered intra-Luthean relations in history class, they didn't say shit about it.
A theory often dismissed as rumor, but taken more seriously on the top levels of the Operant Bureau. The Lusian political ministry are all identical psychic graphs of the same ancient philosopher.
Because Tempo was scared of everything. He wanted the backup. He thought they were gonna kill him. Keen prediction. He told me, before he did it, he sat me down and explained it all. Blood dripping out of his nose, totally off his face, but not like slurring his words or anything. He said he'd be dead soon. He could feel it. And they were, evidently. Maybe they were the least of his enemies. This place is wide, Hirsch, and it switches up faster than you can believe. Plenty of cunts out there with murderous intent. If it is, I'd like to know who's paying out. Yeah, sure, Hirsch. All that shit in the office was just red paint. There was rain in my head, Hirsch. It was always raining, and it was always midnight beyond the clouds. I wanted...
An ordinary night with ordinary stars.
I don't know. Not that. Not really. But it stopped raining, at least. And why would I want that? Haven't yet. I'll let you know. Anyway, this is a forever kind of deal. And the deal is, I deal with it. Move the fuck on. It feels like I can't quite remember myself. Like I'm watching myself through dream glass. All smudged and smeared.
Like a day-old phone number written on the back of a young hand.
I watched a lot of TV as a kid. Whenever there was a bad storm, the blocking antennas would get fucked and we'd see pieces of Luthien TV breaking through, all weird and wavy. That's how it feels sometimes. Like a signal error, hearing someone else's thoughts and now they're yours. But the static's not the thoughts. It's my mind trying to make sense of them. Nope, just me. But also there's more me now, outside the coverage zone. It's Yana. Just one Yana.
Said for herself, not for your sake.
That's good then. Nice to be missed. Right here. It's mystical fucking gear, Hirsch. I hardly threw it out.
From beneath her chair, she pulls out a small console device, about the size of a dinner tray. Colored buttons flank a large, dark screen. What is this thing? At first glance, it could pass for some unmarked consumer novelty. A portable television, or a handheld game system.
I'm getting ominously cool, Hirsch. This is the thing that made me what I am. Nope. Fucked. Needs batteries. Special Luthien batteries. Might be better for you to, you know, hang on to it or something.
Jackpot.
Because it reminds me I'm basically some failed test pressing. Also, you seem like you're in a load of shit, Hirsch. Maybe you need a backup yourself. So do me a fucking favor. And no, it did not come with an adapter. But it does have cocaine in the seams. And a little bit of nose blood. Speak your piece.
A good cryptonym reveals nothing, yet means everything. The seeming arbitrariness of the sign only strengthens the bond between operant and asset.
Why's that? Don't hate it. Yo-yo it is. Good job, Cascade. Finally. Guns are an Azuri racket. Bazaar doesn't carry. And gun? Gun's a gun. Cool factor is who you point it at. You're looking for an entry-level Azuri frontman. One of those expendable fucks they shove into the grinder. Carabinero fodder. There's a particularly lame one who hangs out near the roundabout. He's tried it on me a couple of 3 times. Would rather shoot myself.
Sounds familiar. She's talking about Goat Eyes, the lovelorn soul of many endeavors.
And yo, Hirsch, that operation with Asset Scarf, tailing the weird headphones guy, I'm pretty sure it's about the imprinting device. I don't know, maybe, probably. I'm highly fucking acquainted.
She takes a deliberate drag, eyes on you one moment, the cigarette the next.
Let's have each other's backs, Hirsch. It's less scary that way.
Marito squints up at the dilapidated building, shielding his eyes with an orange slip of paper. He grunts as you approach.
Hola again, miss. Please stand back. A sensitive operation is underway. Marito's the one with the badge and qualifications here. An eviction notice. We got squatters in the Palace of Culture.
He leans to the side, peering into the dark entrance. Then he tilts forwards, just a bit, and stops entirely.
It's for their safety. The building's all rotten on the inside. Bits have been coming off for ages. And it's getting worse. They shouldn't be in there. Not to mention that if anything happens, we'll waste valuable Guardia time picking their remains out of the rubble. That's not the Guardia's problem now, is it?
He makes no move towards the building at all.
It's just methodological complexities. See, per procedure, an officer must occupy the zone of obtrusion to ensure no further trespass occurs. The zone's here. But in parallel, an officer must breach the zone to serve the eviction notice and applicate a timely and effective removal of all offenders from the premises. That's what a laywoman would say. You need tactical training to get the dimensions of it all. It just needs some figuring. Why would a sock businesswoman do that? Huh? You, do security work back home or something? As an officer of the Guardia Municipal, I'll give you permission to enter. Please get them out of there. Here, this might be useful.
His shoulders sagging in visible relief.
The squatters, did you get them out?
He swears softly under his breath, fiddling with his whistle and staring up at the ominous building.
The delivery tunnel right behind me, I'm thinking. That's the only way in or out since the awning collapsed last year. Unless they've been hiding out in there for months. That woman. You tell Carmuna that little Maurito's not her personal GM. And tell her to feed Bamboo for me. She has the keys. Not right now, miss. Maurito needs to concentrate. Once this is all over, maybe.
He nods at you. You find yourself before the strange tree once more. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. The stool remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You turn away from the piles of books. The stool remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You turn away from the piles of books. A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. Hugo's houseboat. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open. But is it to keep you out, or to keep something in? You slink away from the houseboat. A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. Perhaps he's been waiting for your arrival to put out that particular welcome mat. You climb up to the window frame and peer inside. A clear path, a spot to land just inside the window frame. Not much else though, too dark. A gasp as you slipped in, show off, hissed in awe. The ease of a seal on ice. The second you land on the other side, a muscle somewhere in the meat of your hip immediately twinges. A child's set of toy figurines sits on the shelf. Stiff forms painted and posed, carefully arranged to watch down on whoever sleeps in the bed. The paint is chipped and worn. These figurines have been well loved, played with often. The posters on the wall, the quilt, the faint smell of nearly body lotion. It doesn't feel like it belongs to the man downstairs. This is an adolescent girl's room. It's Carolina's. Elsewhere, a miniature rocket and a group of cosmonauts. Words painted on the side of the launch vessel. Proyecto Autonomia. Portafero's failed space program. These toys are yet another remnant. Project Autonomia was Sweet Nestor's idea fixa, meant to establish Portaferro as a sparefaring nation. The mission was first announced in 75, and its inaugural launch was set for 77. Portaferro's supreme leader for the better part of the century. He seized power in 28. Project Autonomia would have granted him a few more years, but the rocket never reached orbit. It disintegrated minutes after the launch. The disaster was broadcast in real time all across the developed world. The disaster led to Sweet Nestor being exiled in 80, the third and final time. He left in his wake decades of stabilization loans yet to be repaid. A national tragedy for Portaferro. An excellent quarter for Emter. There's no date that you can see. Look at the cosmonauts' expressions. Pride, determination, joy. These aren't commemorative, they predate the disaster. At 7 or 8, the memory would have impressed itself deep within the frontal cortex. Hers and those of millions of other children watching across the developed world. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. 2 sit inside the rocket. 1 is planting the Porphyrian flag on a pretend lunar surface. One of the figurines appears to be missing from the set. Maybe Carolina took it with her when she moved out. A little souvenir, keeping her closer to home. Even the smallest movement of your body sends dust motes floating through the room's air. Even the smallest movement of your... Carolina's childhood tableau, undisturbed, waits for her return. The thing in the bed stares with vacant intensity. Slowly, details emerge. A molded jawline, curved torso, and multi-jointed limbs. Positioned with uncanny tenderness. You can be assured of that. A medical dummy, left out on the bed, propped up against the pillows. A tag dangles from its wrist. PVC skeleton with silicon skin overlay, flexible polymer joints, compressible chest plate, designed to endure repeated trauma. The dummy seems posed with some kind of intention. Yet, she is not here. Instead, in her place, there is a... stored away out of sight. Technically, it belongs to Dr. Gonza, but perhaps the question is, where would it bring the most happiness? A man without his daughter is a man without his soul. The dummy continues to hold its pose, undisturbed. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza, and scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. Gonza's so-called personal effects, without a doubt. Museum or crime scene, history won't know what to do with him. It stares back at you, unmoving. Minutes pass. The houseboat gently sways. Specks of dust gather on the objects around you. Your joints begin to ache. The dummy doesn't move. Made of glass, pale blue, wet-looking. Each is flecked with tiny artificial veins. Money has been sunk into this, and time, and a certain kind of obsession. A silicon oval, unframed. Shadows reveal the protrusions of nose, eyelids, mouth. Before you lies something that resembles a human face. But whose? You can almost hear her speaking. You pull focus. The dummy continues to stare vacantly at the same spot. You let the dummy rest comfortably on the bed.
Hey, Cascade. He was here. I saw him. That lone ad over there, there's a mailbox slot under it, and headphones guy used it.
He looks off in the direction of the man's disappearance. It's like a pig looking at wind, trying to contemplate the invisible force pushing against it. Oh, give him something. He stands a little straighter.
Shit, the giant headphones. You think he might have been a computer man? I'll know for next time.
You try to picture any of your old assets saying those words and come up blank. Mal credito, no problemo. A small image of a grinning man with an aggressive pompadour tosses fistfuls of coins at you. The financial citizen. Buy now, pay later. Beneath him, a rusted mail slot welcomes loan applications. Unlikely. The slot is too narrow and the chamber within too deep. A quick appraisal reveals 2 heavyweight locks. He'd be here for hours. An envoy of the so-called developed world. Kurt wasn't looking at his eyes. He was looking at the stack of paper clutched in his fists. Behold, the new seduction. All disputes fall under the credit provider's local arbitration. Any further details about the credit provider are nowhere to be found. This is a front, and not even a competent one. There's only one shadowy credit provider you know. Enter. A limp in-joke from the Empire San Territoire. This is an astral door, a dead drop. The headphone man is with the bank, which makes him very dangerous. And very reactionary. You notice now that his wide grin doesn't quite reach his eyes. So you deepen the mystery a little. What's so bad about that? The metal flap creaks open. The gold around the rim is stained with bronze and scuffed with scratches. The blade of light catches crimson plastic, a red disc, marked with the words Ultravioletta, followed by You But From a Dream. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the Doom puzzle slots into place. The very same. Still doesn't explain why he wasn't wearing trousers. You gather your thoughts, staving off the final insight. Begin here. The weird man in headphones is an MTER operant. That much is clear from this astral door. Logical succession. Most important part of the job. The matching discs cannot be a coincidence. The headphone man and pseudopod must have made contact. Did pseudopod defect to MTER for a disc? So more likely. Weaponized technology. Red for danger. Red for a bearer of the plague. Very much depends on what's on the disc. Unknown. for the moment that curtain is drawn. More to the point, why is he still after Yana? Alongside Asset Scarf, oblivious amidst his promising theatre debut. She's protecting something. Something else. Something deeper. Your dial's reading closer to three-quarter truth now. The pompadour man looks expectantly over your shoulder, his gaze alight. Predictive reinforcement, a honed skill. Someone has you in their sights. You have a sliver of time in which to react, the span of a single mental event. One fluid motion, sweep and turn. The bullet cracks into the wall beside you, followed by the thunderclap of the gunshot. Darkness on the edge of your peripheral vision as the center sharpens to a scalpel point. You lock eyes with a man in a long coat. The eyes are pale blue, water under ice. Around his neck are a large pair of headphones. His face is impassive as he holds a strange gun on you. There's barely enough time for a response. The man starts to respond, thinks better of it, then ducks and disappears through a metal door to the side of the rooftop. As he goes, you catch a flash of vivid colored lining on the inside of his coat. Slowly, then all at once, the world fades back in. You are alone again. The grinning financial citizen welcomes you back, his offer still on the table. The grinning man watches you go, still eager to provide.
Bored? What do you want? What did the swine do this time? Somehow, yes. I suspect the fertility experiment gone wrong. That, or the world's saddest mercy fuck. Yes, enough. You want to off yourself? I'm happy to help, but you have to sign a release, leaving your remains to me as a donation to science. Oh, lap it up. It's a sign of the general state of decay that you can't just donate your body to whoever you want. Goat Eyes. Goat Eyes is your man for that. Tuk-tuk parking lot in lower view does. And don't bother me with these ideational trifles anymore.
All roads, it seems, lead back to Goat Eyes.
Of course he does. He wants to spite me. Make my life hell. That is the only reason he exists. It's making him sad? Ha! Take that, fucker! Leave the dummy there to rack up maximum sadness. This has made my day. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open. Aren't we fucking all? Fucking amateurs. Cocaine kicks you in the balls when you're tired. Prodaxil makes you an athlete, but it's a dissociative, so it can get weird, which is what you want. Then there's a Neurotin. Use that for whenever you need to focus and get some clever shit done. Real brain turbo. To utter those words, what a life. Adios, patient.
Loneliest of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours. This man is no would-be passenger. He craves to be the track, to be wheeled and choo-chooed upon without remorse.
Am I? She is powerful. She is all-consuming, tenacious, unrivaled, strongest. Yes, very happy to. Always have been. I was beginning to think I didn't need this, any of this. That maybe the broken train was a sign to just move on if I could. But you're right. Of course. I crave a state of railwayness. I see it all now. My desires are clear. Lolita must roll upon me like thunderous locomotion. Medium-sized. I should do. And then meet my friend the ambassador at the table to discuss terms. Oh yes, this. Too small for me now. Love is hell, isn't it?
Now find the other half, and you'll have the full thing. You could even repair it and return it to Reno. Or just hold on to it. That's half a blackmail tool you've just acquired. It's already humming with ill intent.
The head of... Yes, I know her. Of course I know her. I spoke at her wedding. Ah, you're in the field yourself. Fascinating sphere. Brutal. Essential. Why? Do you have some capital you're keen to acquire? Ah, one of your old pals get whisked away to the secret jail. It happens. They'll give him a roughing up for being a bold boy, but it's not like they'll kill him.
Hard to tell if he's downplaying the labor trafficking, or just unaware of it.
Whatever the intended exchange, Esty is your woman.
A phone line from 5 years ago connects.
Herschel, it's Esty. I'm going to talk fast. Something is dreadfully wrong.
Your old asset, Estoc, still draped in the same cover you left her in, with one new styling.
Knew it, yes. She kept the maiden name, of course, very her. A formidable woman mentally. Scarily good at cards, but not graced with physical heft.
5 years ago, she was undercover with the bank. Now it seems that her mask has become her face.
Hefty promotion, yes. Well deserved, considering her performance. And remind me how you know Esty? Don't recall meeting you at the wedding. I understand. You are two forgotten handprints on the stair rail of time. In the housing campaign, somewhere northish of here. Novelty-sized apartment, don't recall the number. They had the reception there. Everyone gathered in the living room, furniture askew, flowers, strings of light. Between us, I thought it was a bit of a dive at first, you know? A woman of her professional standing, but it charmed me. Oh yes, quite sure. A siege of working-class doors. Give Esty my best. A wedding for the eons. Realest of deals. If only. Yes, I was. 100,000 moons ago. The first blade held against my heart. Anya. I sent her on holiday once. All expenses. While she was gone, I ran afoul of a vengeful stock investment. Couldn't muster the capital to bring her back. Goodbye. Be well.
must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much. A camera. The camera does not blow a kiss back.
Private residence. Please state your business. No. Are you? No. You sure don't look like one of them. The business has concluded for now. I mean, I have no idea about any business Mr. Reno might have.
Both of those things can't be true.
No, I simply misspoke. Too bad for you, as I decide what the facts are here. The talks have yet to begin. I'm not aware of any talks.
Both of those things can't be true.
Neither. The only business taking place is this right here, between you and me. No, I simply misspoke. You must.
You step away from the call box. Doors crowd you, stacked upon each other. Behind one of them, your former asset Estoc, draped in a see-through cloak. Esti knew it. Competent, unlikable, ultimately invaluable. Talk, yes, then spy. One of these apartments belongs to Estoc. You just have to discover which. There appears to be a residence list on the wall. You could start there. You must be subtle in your approach. Your assets still live in her cover. That will make her unpredictable and desperate. Esti keeps a special mental calendar marked critical phone call from Herschel. The calendar has been counting for 5 years. photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist-height, sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. If it weren't for the candles, you easily could have mistaken it for a shadowy heap of discarded belongings, awaiting the weekly rubbish collection. Someone cares enough to maintain it, but it looks like it's a one-man job. Few of the middle-class residents of the housing campaign want to be seen openly making offerings or tending the shrine. Such things scream working class. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb. And scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. According to law, a blessing from the Dog Star should ensure a union that lasts 30 years, minimum. You take out the little off-white rectangle, red-inked lips glinting in the low light. With a soft flutter, the card drops onto the shrine and into the dark pile of offerings. A murmur of voices overhead, laughter from an open window. You can hear it all. An officer on the pious order knocks twice on a door of an apartment in Mercia's ever-dwindling arts district. The person inside does not answer, too busy throwing everything they own onto the fire in the hearth. The smell of burning paper and plastic. They stop for a moment to stare at the object in their hands, a pomegranate red folder. At that moment, the door breaks down. The war has finally caught up. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flickering. The air thickens around you. Each prayer counts. They should not be wasted. The red slips of paper hung overhead undulate gently as you step back. A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. Sounds promising, but probably too easy. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no Newits. There is no Newits. The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits Estoc perfectly. You come away from the wall. A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. No Newitses. The building manager wasn't lying. A name change, perhaps? You slip your pry bar expertly into the side of the postbox. You hardly need to apply pressure. It comes undone with the slightest leverage. Shoddy maintenance, Tonio. The mangled flap of metal hangs limply, leaving the letters and parcels within exposed. Dozens of names you've never heard slip by you. Subscriptions, advertisements, Unopened letters from years ago, their recipients dead or relocated. Suddenly, a familiar phrase catches your eye. The Noscarentes Review. Paycheck from the literary magazine, followed by several copies of the magazine itself. So somebody paid by them who doesn't care to read the mag. Nice. And her name is Zoe. In one drawer you find a macrame catalogue and an envelope addressed to a name you do not recognize. Kavanagh, but stamped from the Portofino offices of Emter. All mirrors angled to reinforce the same image, a cover as life. She hated Emter, but understood its lumbering bureaucratic movements. Seems she's put that knowledge to fine use. Seems like they return her phone calls at least. The address on the envelope reads Kavanagh, but inside is a check marked SD Newitz. Kavanagh must be her husband. His name alone on the address, apartment number 4. It seems nothing has changed but her life. Esty, married. This can only be a desperate attempt to blend in, not like a real husband. You know she's still keeping score. You slink away from the scene of petty crime. You have arrived at Esty's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You called her back like you said you would, didn't you? Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll try to call you back. S-Doc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. I'll try my best for you, my prized asset whose contributions I respect so much. Of course it is. That's the official transcript. No one can argue with the official transcript. She is quite old. You could probably convince her that she abandoned you. She'll probably start apologizing right now. Lilies for funerals, roses for love. What for abandonment and betrayal? 5 long years of seething are about to come to a head. Or maybe she's forgotten all about it. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Their shoes, 2 pairs. A little sweeping brush. Nothing left to do but apply knuckle to door. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar. Just explain how sorry you are. Find some common ground. She might even thank you for her recent career success.
Hello, for Esti.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. Looks like a hearing aid, or a cochlear implant. He watches your lips, then smiles and nods twice.
Please call me Pascal. Nice to meet you. You are? Come in, come in. Esti's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. You don't have any photographs like this. You don't even know this many people. As you look, you start to make out men who resemble Esti's husband. The children must be his family. Esti never mentioned the family of her own, but it looks like she's married into a huge one. You can tell he's smiling through the kiss, his eyes wrinkled tight at the corners. You turn away from the sideboard.
Kitchen's through there.
He gestures towards the adjacent room.
Yes, many little avenues for happiness. Quiet.
He laughs heartily.
3 years. Happy time. Oh, I was the postman. She always kept such a clean postbox. Started making me tea and, well...
He shrugs and winks.
Yes, it is. Us old people need love too, you know.
So beautiful.
Oscar? Yes. Good friend. Good hair. He took a liking to my cousin, Gabrielle.
He points to a picture frame in which a giant woman towers beside Pascal, arm resting happily around his shoulders.
Thank you. So kind. Okay then. Oh, no, it's okay. Esti's forgiving. Good soul. Bye-bye.
Hello back there. Just give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think?
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice. The humming stops.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line. Slight twitch under her right eye.
You broke my postbox?
She scowls.
Well, you're here now. Is it? Thank you. So, biscuits? I'll just put a selection onto a plate. I have some new ones, actually. Chocolate. You're welcome. It'll be nice to catch up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I didn't think you had it in you.
She allows your lie to fester in silence.
I'm sure.
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it. I've built a happy life here. Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him. Pascal's family. He has 3 brothers, each of whom have 3 children, all under 10. We spend every other weekend out at the coast with them. It's wonderful. The youngest, Maggie, just turned 6 months. Loves mangoes. Isn't that something? A baby with a taste for imports? I didn't have a mango until I was your age, probably.
The spoils of working for Emter.
Operants almost never have children. Personality, lifestyle, fear. Is there any other career that makes your life a non-life, I wonder? I know that. I have none of my own. A non-life is one which you cannot live for yourself. As an operant, for everything you do, you must consider who you are not, rather than who you are. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. There is nothing to know. Did you ever marry? Of course. You're too important for love. Work-related. Right. Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. Your former asset is mid-lunge, weapon in hand, eyes trained on your neck. Times are once again dire, Operant. Your own shadow was turned against you. An advanced cognitive maneuver could win the day. An auto-injector loaded with a medical syringe. Syringe contents, mysterious. A bioweapon hidden in a jar of biscuits. Assume the worst. The remembrances tell of a word hidden for centuries by a convent of isolated nuns, then stolen by Probable, who told the opera that it means subdue in a long dead tongue. Too close, already in motion, snatch it out of her hand. SD hurtles towards you. Your mind's eye lands on a slender file, cold to the touch. Its pages speak of a convent whose adherents speak an enchanted language, capable of rendering listeners powerless. At the foot of the final page, you find the word, Karasukate. Your former asset freezes. A vein bulges on her jaw, cerulean. To your left, salt rattles in its shaker. Smoke curls from her cigarette. She watches you from its haze. She cannot look away. She staggers and sways, released from the word's control, limbs twitching as they come back online.
How?
She pants, hair sticking to her forehead, still recovering from the command. The side reads sodium thiopental, truth serum. Ash crumples from the cigarette in her mouth. In the next room, her husband coughs. You're in control. You could either use the syringe on her, run for it, or break it and forget this ever happened. You won't forget this ever happened. Nor will she. And you get to use this charming new contraption. It's a shit contraption. Old people medical grade tat. Stab you, obviously. You'd be proving her right about you. Be the better person. Show that you can be trusted. Which means she's less likely to chase you. She probably won't want to explain this little dalliance you're having. She taps her right heel on the floor, watching you. You drop the injector and smash your heel into the casing. You feel a sharp pain in the sole of your foot as the needle penetrates your shoe.
Wonderful. I won't let you cave in my life again.
The room warps, elongating, spinning. Your vision begins to blur. Your legs tremble. Swan dive, face first. You feel heavy, fun. Your eyes close, open, close. SD sits across from you at her kitchen table. Plastic tablecloth, assorted plates.
Good. You're back. No, I lowered you gently into a chair. I didn't even slap you, although I was very tempted. Now tell me, what you're doing back in Portofino.
Orders? Message? No, friends. Bald guy. Massive bald guy.
That's past tense. Why are you still in Portofino? Tempo is dead? God, Herschel. Are they hunting us again? Answer me! No. No.
An immediate change in her. Pale, hollow. She puts her hand to her mouth and drops it. She can't look at you.
No. No. This can't be real. I can't have this. What you have just told me, you have never told me. And you come here. You lead them to me. The weeping eye, Herschel. They will find everyone you have spoken to. They will torture everyone. They will assume guilt, and they won't care if they are wrong. You've doomed us all. No, I'm going to get out of Portofino. I'm going to pretend I never saw you, and I beg you to do the same. Beg.
Bye.
Believe me when I say this. You are not the person for this job. There is no way the opera seriously thinks you could pull this off. This is suicide. You should quit while you can. You're playing a loser's game. 1,000 ways to fail, no way to win. You are cannon fodder, at best. I will not. No. We cannot have any part in this. Get out, Herschel. I wish I'd never met you.
Bad news. It appears that Estoc no longer considers herself your direct report, or your asset, or your friend. It will be fine. Just get her a nice card or something. Old people stuff. There was a card rack on the ground floor of Photo 24. Why not? Can't get worse.
Back for more sodium pentatol? I think you've said all that needed to be said. What did you call us? Your whole sick crew? What about it? No, of course not. I never even heard from him when we actually worked together.
Her lip curls. She lifts her chin. An expression of pure contempt. She's about to tell you something awful.
She was picked up by the weeping eye. Tortured.
All systems go down. A brief but total outage. Alive then. But in what condition?
I haven't. Torture changes people, Herschel. Something that sounds obvious, but the extent of it isn't. They know the truth of what we can do to one another. We all do what we have to. Your hands are not clean. Don't be delusional. I was hiding from them myself. Unlike you, I'm aware of my own limitations. Don't you dare call me a coward. You weren't here. You were safe. Sorry to hear that. He was young. Was it to do with the network, or...? Then we're living on time stolen from him. I'll say a prayer. I don't know. Nothing can be done. Nothing. Back in Rustam, I hope. Agreed. I bet you do. Same way as you. Oh, for God's sake, Herschel. The communists aren't good for anything, except making themselves miserable and believing themselves better people for it. Look at you. And they betrayed me. They left me here to die. No. No. Poor man, he was doing so well. It's the pressures of the job. Of course he was at my wedding. He's a dear friend. Made a beautiful speech. I'd invite the commander of the Weeping Eye before I'd invite you, Herschel. He'll come back to himself eventually. I believe in him. I do not think of Frederick, the junior negotiator. There is a slime to him, a certain sheen. He's nothing to do with my department anyway.
Her face does not change.
I suggest you persuade her to stop. I will not. I don't want to know that.
Her voice a low hiss.
Now stop. Stop it. Yes. What now? Yes. I didn't. I'm still here. There was an internal investigation. I passed. Yes. They executed the interviews with a maddening bureaucratic precision. Every file, every movement, every sneeze accounted for. I started to hallucinate. Imagine crimes I never committed. My hair fell out. I thought I was made many times. It's called macrame.
She takes a drag of her cigarette, looks at the macrame.
I wasn't always like this, Herschel. I was ambitious, principled, effective. I had the follow-through that you lack. I had a streak of successful assignments and every reason to expect I was in line for a substantial reward. Then you came along. Shut up. Stop.
She's just playing hard to get.
I am not, Herschel.
Enough of this insubordination. She is your asset. Compel her to obey.
Goodbye, Herschel.
Hello again.
He turns back to you, smiles kindly, then turns off his hearing device. The TV is silent, playing what looks like to be a documentary about dolphins and their trainers. Docile grey heads bob up and down from a large tank. Noticing your attention, Pascal grins up at you and turns on his hearing device.
Do you like dolphins?
Spoken as if he's talking to a stranger's child.
Dolphin friends are called pods. You know that? A pod of dolphins. Yes, we are a pod. That's nice.
He looks up at Esty, who shrugs.
I'll let you two girls chat.
A montage of grainy black and white photographs of ladies in white uniform, manning gigantic machines, their metallic mouths spilling out waterfalls of fabric. Out of focus, but big enough to cover the whole back wall, there's a word and a number. A silk number 3.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sitting atop a pile of yellowing newspapers and dog-eared crossword magazines is a large plastic cup with a colourful wolf figure on the lid. He holds a long pipe in one languid paw, his posture relaxed despite the twin blades chained to his back. His name curls around the side, Placid Wolf. His little painted eyes are unfocused, a faint smile on his snout. A bitter herb, smoking it is what keeps him grounded in the present moment. The moment will come, if that's what you seek. Who's Placid Wolf's guy? Where can we get some? Placidity and happiness are sometimes confused for each other. This is a mistake. One day he will run out of bitter herb, then he shall remember his true name and be placid no more.
Hey, my cup!
He stares at you with confusion, then shakes his head.
And now you're trying to steal from us. Of course.
Pascal grins at you.
Finally get up to speed, Operant. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Unbelievably violent. Intimations of the future, one suspects. Reminds of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest infiltrates a secret MTUR jail, then guts it out against one of their most sadistic interrogators. Bold, reckless, real human drama, you know.
Cue your main theme. Synth-driven with a few woodwinds and an upright bass tossed in for organic effect.
Tonio Migo back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants. Keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a wary look from the corner of his eye.
Very class-conscious in his way.
Any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart.
May have played a minor supporting role, uncredited.
Arranged? You give me too much credit. All you needed was a little nudge. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Time to see whether your conspiratorial ramblings match up against reality.
You haven't yet emerged from the fog of sodium fire, Pentel. There's no deflecting just now. Wow, this truth source is strong. But should you really be saying all this? The old man raises a fleshy finger to his lips.
Okay, easy. Doubt your controller would want you going around talking about your assignment like some kind of dim schoolchild. Come on, Operant. Get yourself together. We're barely midway through the season. Might let the sodium thiopental wear off before you give her a call, if I were you.
Of course. Dear old Estok. There's someone who really makes the role work for her.
Maybe wise considering the circumstances.
Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart, if you're open to alternative bids.
As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know. I can make a few inquiries on your behalf, in return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed, completely reliable.
A senior aide with a mistress he's committed to an asylum for her own protection. A secretary who's been indiscreet with certain carbon copies. An old torturer for the Weeping Eye, who was photographed taking an envelope from someone he shouldn't have.
No one you need to worry about.
Remember, so long as we're working together, they're your friends too.
A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the Pito track yet?
A desolate spit of land on the edge of the city-state, formerly the site of Portofiero's doomed space program.
Worth your time. Fascinating local lore out there. Remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot.
Widely believed to have gone boom boom. Key distinction.
Fast forward some years. I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in MTER's Public Perceptions Division. My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and defection. Some rinky-dink little government, lusty for MTAR office drama. Beneath us both, frankly. Simplest methods never fail. Well, almost never. As it happens, I misjudge my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in the vacant lot, smack him around a bit. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portofiero, 77, and Project Autonomia. His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk rolled into one. special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch. That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. No. What young Cascade saw was a pre-recorded video, seamlessly intercut and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle of misdirection. Strange business hours, success and failure seem thaw. Strange business hours, success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is or was. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute. I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No signs of it detected. Because I've got that iron taste on my tongue, a scent on the air. Nothing. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. Khaled enters decommitment to information security. All the same, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aero-erotic misadventure. No, Operant. I don't. Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now. HKT-04/17-E, a reference number for certain records from Project Autonomia, forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. You've been paying attention. That's good. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Bring your flashlight and a good pair of walking shoes. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray, ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there, if you feel the horror of the blank space coming on.
Portofino in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portofino's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals. Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly, at least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. Asinine fools. Never been in theater. Wouldn't recognize real stagecraft if you thrashed them with it. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably. Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the fog mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. It is, but that doesn't mean the two have to be at odds. A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus, trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
A cost-benefit analysis. The probability of determining the why of him is near 0. Conversely, the utility of him is high. A high-ranking member of the military, sworn to protect the Rustamian head of state, back when the dream of Rustam still was a state. The past you can account for, but the future... People like him have an intuition for things like this. Mystic knowledge, passed down through the generations. This isn't good news. Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates. At the Novessa greenhouse, you and the other would-be operants were trained on steel. There's something comforting in the familiarity. Safety, no impact on performance, and it makes a really nice click too. You sure about this? You could just make your dream piece instead.
Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy? You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
She's going to melt his head.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind legs and howls. Its fur bristles gold. Dangerous, mythical, electrifying. No wonder the kids are watching this. Shh. Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. It's followed by a wet, pulpous sound. The show's art style is identical to the wolf carp you came across.
Ecstatic wolf is awake.
LED lights are distributed evenly along the blade. Durable PVC hilt with textured grip. Impressive armament.
Wolves. It's 66 wolves, and it's our favorite thing in the whole world. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves came out to make war with the angels.
Each wolf has a special weapon, and they have super violent special attacks too.
On the screen, a headless lupine figure, standing on its back legs, shakes violently. Blood pours from its neck as flesh reknits itself.
That's Loathing Wolf. Another wolf cut his head off because it's the tournament art. But he didn't know Loathing Wolf can heal fast.
Loathing Wolf's not even strong, but he can be scary.
Yeah.
It's the best show. And it's from La Luz.
The words La Luz make your shoulders close in, as if bracing for a hit.
Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast is in Mercian, not Lusian, dubbed for a foreign audience.
The music man. He hates the show, and so he won't order the audio discs.
Following the kid's line of sight, you land on Petre, who stands at the front of his stall obsessively cleaning a disc.
Well, maybe he should stop then.
He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe. But it won't change his mind because he's a loser. I don't know any. Do you know any, maybe?
Wait, I remembered those. From when I was little. There was one with puppets arguing a lot, and another with a green cat who was also a thief to help people.
Neither sounds terribly enticing.
They looked old and ugly. Mom said she watched them as a kid too. This is so much better.
Death to puppets. With the television, it's just on most times.
Sometimes the image gets fuzzy, or the image is all blue. But it doesn't happen much now. It used to be way worse.
The Lusians must be getting better at bypassing the blockage. The man kills the engine and waits, watching the morning mist part like a curtain. Slowly, the array emerges. 12 slender, glinting giants, shoulder to shoulder, all facing north. He exits the vehicle, thermos in hand. The world smells of brine and diesel. He nods at the green lights blinking in the distance. It's nice, he thinks, when things behave as they should.
It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there.
We don't really know them. I talked to one once, on the phone.
I asked Mom if they could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far.
What's that?
Perhaps you should let children be children.
Oh, okay. Maybe if I don't forget. Can we just talk about the wolf some more? You can ask. You know everything.
The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born, because of her mom.
It was vengeance. No. Now she serves Canopus in her war against the other angels. There's Deneb, Polaris, and Razzlehog.
Razzlehog is gay. He's the gay angel.
Shut up. I like him. And that's not how angels work.
They all have their own powers. Ultima Wolf.
But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire.
Your tongue runs along the familiar edges of your canines.
Nah, it's alright.
Grieving Wolf. When she plays her heart, even the angels cry.
She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. Not just her sister. All the people she loves are trapped in there, forever.
That's how Canopus's curse works. Zealous Wolf. He destroyed the moon with his gun hammer.
His gun hammer was forged by the Elder Wolves.
Spoken like one who spent his whole life around gun hammers.
Yeah, he did it to get back at Polaris. That's his mom.
Zealous Wolf is only part wolf. That's why he has wings.
Polaris forced him to join her order of Dark Seraphims. She's too strong to fight. So Zealous Wolf tricked her instead.
You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh. They don't talk to him. They like the moon more. It's easy. You just have to memorize their names. I did. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Reviled Wolf, Stoic Wolf, Fear Wolf, Pity Wolf, Yearning Wolf, Sensitive Wolf, Hysteric Wolf, Ecstatic Wolf, Passion Wolf, Tender Wolf, Sorrow Wolf, Insecure Wolf, Grateful Wolf. Seething Wolf, Psycho Wolf, Gentle Wolf, Numb Wolf, Bitter Wolf, Lustful Wolf, Loathing Wolf, Modest Wolf, Sanguine Wolf, Grieving Wolf, Ultima Wolf, Greedy Wolf, Guilty Wolf. Dream Wolf, Dyspeptic Wolf, Weary Wolf, Wrath Wolf, Cunning Wolf, Trickster Wolf, Placid Wolf, Eager Wolf, Nostalgic Wolf, Dread Wolf, Jealous Wolf. Venturous Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, Obsessive Wolf, Hasty Wolf, Forlorn Wolf, Mournful Wolf, Vain Wolf, Reverent Wolf, Wicked Wolf. Shy Wolf, Jubilant Wolf, Clement Wolf, Sycophant Wolf, Furtive Wolf, Conformist Wolf, Serene Wolf, Critical Wolf, Vindictive Wolf, and Unyielding Wolf.
He's missing a few.
Only because some of the wolves haven't awakened yet, so we don't know their names. They're probably super powerful.
And yet he claimed to know them all, did he not?
Thanks.
Repository updated. All listed wolves have been memorized. Surely your controller will be overjoyed about this top-grade, ground-level information.
Do you have other wolf questions? There are so many more wolves. Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble.
Or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart.
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
Your friends want to devour your heart. My friends are nice. No.
Then her heart would be empty.
And the story would be over. Mom says it's good we spend time outside. Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know any good shows?
I've seen those on the payphones. They're fish. Why would we watch fish? That sounds really boring.
Yeah.
It's Pathos Wolf's flaming claymore.
These kids are lost. Their hearts belong to techno-fascism.
No, it's one of the real ones.
He means it's not from the bazaar, but from La Luz. Our aunt bought it for him.
Aren't he going on trips to La Luz? Must be a high flyer. Rare in Portofino.
Whoa, I've never seen one up close. You're lucky.
Historically, you're closer to the opposite.
Rarest. They're big, and each one looks like one of the 66 wolves. But you can't buy them anymore. Because no one has any. The boat people brought some cups once, but then the adults went crazy and bought them all.
I asked the boat lady when she would get more, and she said they're really hard to get, even in La Luz.
The toy stall had bootleg ones. But no one liked those. The wolves looked all melted.
66. You know, like the wolves.
We've only seen the ones from the Redemption Arc. That's one of them.
The Redemption Arc has 6 cups. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf.
Special. What do you mean? No.
No.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
You can drink from them. There's a straw.
And they look like wolves. Whoa. He looks even smarter than in the show. Remember when he cast Lexicon Apocalypse and wiped out like 50 angels from history?
Uh-huh. After he found their real names in the bottomless library. Critical Wolf can be scary, but he's the smartest one.
No one trains as hard as Eager Wolf. He's the underdog, and a lot of the wolves think he's silly, but he never loses.
He has this secret attack, counter-adaptation, where he uses all the moves that ever hurt him. It's so powerful.
Alright. So, what now? My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it. Why would you take this from him? He clearly treasures the toy. He glances down at a hinged compartment located on the hill.
Okay. Maybe, but then it'll stop blowing and making the cool sounds.
An armament robbed of its magic. A tragic fate. Putting aesthetics before purpose, as a child would.
The wielder. So if I train a lot...
He catches his reflection in the blade's gloss varnish and sees a great beast, fangs bared.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. I'm his big sister. And also Mom and Auntie would be upset. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Eventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The Phantasmal Stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
You can ask us about whatever.
No, remember what Mom said. No, remember what Mom said. Okay, you can ask some stuff because there's people around, and I can scream real loud.
It's been years since you interacted with children, so a reminder. Be nice. Be normal.
Yep.
Doing well enough so far.
Mom's at home. We live on a boat.
We don't know him. Mom didn't have fun with him. But that's when I was really little, so I don't remember. Not really. Mom says we can ask questions about him if we like. But I haven't asked any.
She's awesome.
Why aren't you at work?
A riposte flung without thinking. She's been asked the question more than once.
Well, we don't need socks, so... And there is no school today anyway. Or tomorrow. That's how it is now. We have 2 weeks of school, and then 2 weeks of nothing.
Portofiero's rampant privatization has hit its public infrastructures too.
Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay. Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He's so lucky. I wish ours was like that.
Don't say that. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she doesn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofiero.
Since 2 years. I remember, because I helped Arlo with the alphabet.
Shut up. I knew the letters already.
But it was only 1 day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
No, we do loads of stuff. Like watch TV. Sometimes I go to the canal with Antonio and the others.
We have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not the same. That's really nice. Maybe it'll be okay.
I don't want to talk about dumb school anymore. Can we talk about anything else?
Okay. They have to be nice ones. Okay.
The kids study you, attentive.
What's that? Are those your friends? That's not as cool as the sword. Why would I want this?
Wait. I know what that picture is. It's a curio. Like in the Ultra Demon Zirin arc. That's why you're all sad now, isn't it? Like a magic item? Clever Wolf convinced Ultra Demon Zirin to trade her curio away. But it was really a piece of her heart from when she was an angel. That's how Clever Wolf won. Well, he cut her in half with his greatsword, but only because she was weak without her curio. We'll take it.
With great devotion, the boy hands over his toy sword. It's heavier than you expected.
May you kill many angels.
The children ignore you, entranced by the television. Even the accusation that you overindulge in guilt provokes a little pang of guilt. It comes with a neurochemical kick, a kind of anti-high that sinks you into a delectable depression. Entering dangerous psychic territory. A bore. A bore.
Format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
The vendor stares blankly at you.
It's my life. What can I say?
A single-use existence, erasing himself cell by cell.
It has its moments. No shortage of squalid replayers in search of new cud to chew. Committing to an ideal is the fulfilling part. Worst would be not having one at all.
Has this manically depressed reactionary tried communism?
Thanks for the tip. I think I'll stick to the free market. No. I ruled that option out a long time ago. But no judgment if you decide to go through with it. No problem. More than one, I'm sure. Plenty of deviants around. Just depends what you're looking for. Stop right there. Don't say another word or I'm going to throw up. You're looking for the vilest of forms. Vistograph. That's what the government used. If anyone's hoarding the stuff, it's that television degenerate with the sack on his head. That's the least of his sins. No. No wonder. Nestor had maybe 24 proprietary players manufactured to play the stuff. Then he had them all burned down. Good riddance.
But, all of them.
Tune into his show. I'm sure he takes calls from viewers. I've also seen some flyers here and there, surely put up by his demented fans. Sure.
Good day. Oh, did he have his hand stuck down his pants or somewhere? They actually got him to do his job? Wonders never cease. A gun?
Her wrinkles a fluctuating topography of outrage and suspicion.
Why would you ask such a thing? You are a menace. Get out of here with it. Good. Good day to you.
You've come back.
Operant?
She doesn't seem to have been expecting you. Strange smell about her. Chemical. You remember it from somewhere. The aggressive man said she's been huffing photochemicals.
Of course, all good here. How may I support you this fine day? Go on, then. Of course. Something else on your mind, Operant? Oh? Are you considering decorating? I told Pseudopod to use tape and not tacks if he needed to hang something. But of course, as paying tenants, you are technically allowed to personalize the space however you'd like.
Though within reason is implied.
He doesn't seem to have gotten around to it. I thought... well, he seemed a little homesick. I thought it might help.
He died alone, in an unfamiliar room with nothing to remind him of who he was, or where he came from.
No, I just don't want to have to spackle any holes once you're finished here. Well, regardless, I know Pseudopod wasn't able to pass along the word, so I just wanted to let you know. If you do have any questions, let me know. Apologies, Operant. That's a bit beyond my remit. If you're short on funds, you should speak with your controller directly.
Your special asset says nothing in reply. She simply gives you a lurk.
If that's what you're after, I believe Enter has a new loan scheme. The Financial Citizen, or some such.
There's something familiar.
I don't smell anything, Operant.
Probably nothing then.
Very well. Ooh, how bad is it? On the rack over there, 2 options. One with a significantly higher grammage and absorbency for the discerning apology. I'll add it to the bill.
She indicates a standing rack of magazines and greeting cards to her left.
Very well. Yes? What of him? You? My goodness. This is why I had to ban him. He's a keen photographer of young ladies, if you catch my meaning.
We've been perved.
Well, really, just the one young lady. I suppose it's a little odd he decided to photograph you. He usually seems rather singularly focused, though you are rather the same type. Blonde, tall, rather dour. His photo orders always say Ignatz.
A name like a cat's sneeze.
Let's say no more about him. I'm thrilled that I don't know, but he's always around like a pigeon or the smell of the canals. Anything is. I'll be here if you require anything.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
I'll print.
It's just right there. You've smelled this before. Somewhere.
Is everything all right? I'll be here if you require anything.
The rack holds 2 apology cards, under siege from a number of colourful birthday greetings and get well soon wishes. One reads, "Condolences for my actions," in cursive text bordered with tastefully ornamental flowers. The other features a cartoon steamboat labelled, "SS I'm sorry." Bow, splish splash, tears our ocean. The soft pink hue, the artfully arranged petals. Condolences for my actions drips with tasteful remorse. Never underestimate the complicated lexicon of floriography. If those were daisies, then this would be an invitation to a bisexual orgy. You find no tangible difference between them. One's as good as the other.
Shocking, isn't it? That anyone would choose the lower quality paper, I mean. You can really feel the contrition in the superior card. The grammage basically apologizes for you.
Grammage?
Grammage is grammage, of course.
You take one of each type in hand and gently rub them between your thumb and forefinger. This is bullshit.
You must have got it that time. That's right. So many people these days seem to be losing respect for the simple elegance of material gesturing. The one that feels good. Quality is measured in more than soul. Don't be silly. Give them another rub. It's obvious. The rack will be here.
You return to the rack. You dissolve yourself to an atomic level, making your consciousness into a tiny sensory warrior at the end of your own fingertips. The valleys and crags of your fingerprints sink into your paws. Grease squelches free as you probe your cheeks. Your index finger sinks into the realm of your nostril, to the first knuckle. Hair, goo, crust. Real human.
Cascade?
Maintaining eye contact with you, Constance tentatively pushes her pinky finger into her nostril.
There's a certain relief to it. I'll give the opera that.
Total cultural victory. You delve into the fibre, digging through the ink and dust until you get to the raw material itself. Your hands glide over its neat weft, shimmering with the artisan's pride. The boat seems to see you coming, tooting its horn apologetically as you smooth your fingers over its surface. Rough, uneven, you can almost see a hand through the uninked portion. Condolences for my actions is the higher quality card. Its sheer grammage can barely be contained. You take the card from the shelf. The photo lady's expression is unreadable as you turn from the rack.
I suppose you'll be taking it upstairs to write your apology. Proper remorse requires a flat surface and a stable hand.
You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left it. The blank page welcomes you, a white plane of possibility. You have a lot of ground to cover here, but you can do it. You can mean it. You came to our house by surprise, out of nowhere, a ghost from the past. You could have written a note, waited for an invitation, at least taken her a little gift. You were overeager, selfish, focused only on your task. She has truly become her role, content, peaceful, looking forward to her retirement with a loving husband. You don't want the memory of your incompetence to sour any of her enjoyment. You look at the note, watching the ink dry. It is a masterpiece. She's going to forgive the shit out of you. You turn away from the desk. You cradle the device in your hands, a sleek rhomboid brick that opens along a barely visible fault line into something vaguely the shape of a typewriter. The side that hinges outward features thin screens and sensors evidently meant for scanning biometrics of some kind, whereas the stationary side is occupied by a small control panel. Futuristic yet legible. Cool. Life, death, and consciousness manipulated by the turn of a single dial. Can you believe it? An unusual one. It looks nothing like the Lusian gadgets you have seen before. It's evident that this is not a consumer product. It is commissioned by a select few and spurred by a grim agenda. In effect, a declaration that the future belongs to Leluz, a world where great audio-visual processions broadcast hope across the cold firmament, and cerebral networks connect all smiles. It awaits you with open hinges and arrays of sensors to track your every desire and project it into existence. The device's shell pulses red for a moment. The screen remains blank, out of battery juice. You flip the device around and find a translucent triangle on the back panel, which slides open to reveal 3 small pyramidal batteries. Lusian, evidently. Spen. All that remains in the empty compartment are 3 contact pads, their gold-plated outlines matching the shape of the inert batteries. Now you look for replacement batteries. Search for Lusian electronics. Expensive, newest generation. If it's foreign and lights up and/or vibrates, it might work. Your precious wolf sword, for instance. As you open the sword's hilt and extract its batteries, the plastic blade splits apart, rendering everything but the batteries unusable. You transfer the batteries to the imprinting device. The pyramidal cells click into place, as if they've always belonged there. A low current pulses through the device in your hands. You feel it calling for you as you slip it away. You approach your double. A faint line of drool darkens the sheet. Bootlegs. As you consider the vacant face of your inanimate double, your thoughts turn towards the mysterious imprinting device. Its weight suddenly all too palpable. Some things are better left untouched. Ave Imperio Luminoso. The screen boots up with the salute of Lelou's, comprised of 5 vertical lines. No salute, a bloody handprint. Come, it says. We are about to violate all the laws of man and nature. A single option appears below. Begin. The salute fades as a new command appears. Immobilized subject. An offering. The boy trussed and gagged upon a bed of flowers. Position subject to establish eye contact. After some nudging and twisting, you manage to get his head to stay upright, and his eyes slowly roll into place. Another red light blinks to life, this time on your side of the device. Subject eye contact established. Establish eye contact. Object. That must be you, the object. The red light blinks with a slow, steady pulse, awaiting your response. What begins as a single intense point in the center of the screen gradually radiates outwards across your field of vision. Visualize memory for biological imprint, or select manual impression to force imprint. A memory? Oh boy. A sacrifice for the machine god. To get a clear biological imprint of you, the memory should be as personal as possible. What about those of your old friends? Or of that summer way back in Landau? Perhaps of what you've been up to these past 5 years? The device's hum changes pitch as you select the option. Warning, forced imprinting may increase subject dissonance. Warning, unclear visualization. The device requires an internalized memory. Check your conditioning, operant. Warning, memory will be lost. Proceed. Within the device, tiny fans whir up. A green glow washes over your face. Visualization received. You dive into a slipstream of indiscernible forms as the cold red light of the sensor bleeds through you. A map of resentments, a territory of pain. You brush against something you've buried deep within. Light passes through it and singes your face like hot metal. The freezer. As of current, your past. Imprinting. The sound of shoes scuffing the floor. A gust of wind blows into the cold, cold room. Stacks of folders shiver before they fall, burying faces and places. Only a few odd limbs stick out, accompanied by a slow, pained moaning. They might as well be ghosts. The device is like you, it is pain. The image brightens until something snaps within your skull. Suddenly, you realize you're looking at it. A recreation of the scene has been rendered in blurred, lachrymose textures across the screen of the device. The forms are indistinct. The colors a product of your brain trying to render an image too fast to properly observe. Finalize an imprint. Do not move. The words burn themselves into your retinas as the device begins to shake.
I once knew a spy.
Imprint complete. Ave Imperio Luminoso. Y Gloria a los Kaidos. As you pull yourself off the ground, two things become apparent. Your double is gone, and you have an absolutely throbbing headache. The front door slams shut. Operant off script. The situation is serious. Is it just you, or has he gotten kind of cute?
Pseudopod? I just saw him. He's awake. How? Is he all right? Out of the door. He was running towards the roundabout. Nothing of the sort, I'm afraid.
You turn towards the door without another word. Where did he go? Perhaps the logical response to suddenly waking up as a resurrected clone freak. But he is you. Where would you go? You close your eyes and reach out into the plane of shapes and colors available only to the attuned. The psychic map of Portofino. The bar hovers around you, pink and pulsing with the memory of drunken minds. You search for your own feel, your rhythm, your thoughts. No, not there. But you've caught the scent of yourself. The right color, the right shape. Confused and scared, but you. Focus.
But I'm sure I've been here before. Don't you recognize me?
The boatman folds his arms and regards your double cautiously. He knows something is wrong, but not what. He hesitates, perhaps catching the sensation of you in his mind. He returns to his conversation, broken and babbling. In the background, you hear machinery, men calling to each other, the thud of heavy boxes, the docks. A stray cat hops soundlessly over a nearby wall. Your double turns to you.
Cascade.
The past is here again, this time in the guise of your former double, walking down the back ways with you one night half a decade ago.
I'm not saying it's likely, Cascade, only that the possibility can't be dismissed out of hand. Point 1, nocturnality. Point 2, X-ray sight. That's why I have a clear record of every one of the 422 times that cats have suddenly stopped and stared at me at exactly the moment I was in the middle of an important intelligence operation.
Something feline in his eyes too. An intelligence, but utterly dissimilar from any kind you know.
For no one, Cascade. That is precisely the point. They have their own methods, their own strategic objectives, unaligned with any known power. And, I fear, devious and at odds with our own.
Your double continues walking, his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze restless, darting around the scene, taking in everything, absolutely everything. Your pantless double stands before you, weight shifted onto his back leg. The posture is defiant, unconscious, and terribly familiar. A new suit, cut from old cloth. Best to play along. There's a maneuver you were taught to use when an operant is lost within their chosen persona. A kind of psychic demolition technique. Unfortunately, you've only retained the basic idea of it. It involves reciting a specific sequence of words that gradually unspool the delusions the operant has wrapped himself in. This'll be a lot like that, but with words. A successful maneuver should leave the impression of you intact and obliterate whatever residual notions he has of himself. His soul is still new to the world, fresh and vulnerable. You need to walk him back one step at a time. He's deteriorating rapidly. You're superimposed on him. How does it feel to come face to face with yourself? Imagine how he must feel then. Your double scratches his bare thigh as he regards you with a mix of concern and suspicion. Spoken like a scholar and a gentleman. Time to detonate a few psychosomatic depth charges. His breathing grows shallow, then intensifies. His hands are pale and shaking. One last push. He sways on quivering legs. His eyes attend, wide. A name uttered like some ancient curse. He offers no assistance. Where your double was just standing, there's nothing. Not even a whiff of performance we've gotten. Lost. Again. You look back over your shoulder, but the boatman has already returned to his own business. You return to the disused storefront. You lift the shutter gently. It resists. Locked. Around you, scattered pairs of eyes watch as you jiggle the shutter, come back at night, or find another entrance. You turn away from the storefront. With awkward reverence, you approach the shrine again. The light around you is dimming. Behind the surrounding rooftops, dusk bleeds upwards.
Marcia.
Until next time, sugar.
Hello, again.
Doctor, clinic, houseboat. This is Kindred's father, Dr. Hugo Arbet. The man parts his lips in measured surprise, then the smile returns.
Why didn't you say anything before? Kay, right. She chose to take her mother's name after she passed. I didn't object, naturally. I'm sorry, this is just... How did you say you knew my daughter? Oh, I suppose I never saw you around. Different hair, okay. Maybe that's all it was. The last we spoke, she was living in the old cinema, Cosmos, with her boyfriend. Nothing strange going on, mind. He owns the place. His name's Septimus. I'm sure he's an upstanding gentleman. He comes from a political family, you know. Important people.
He hates him.
It's a father's place to be ready, is it not? I'm sure she's doing okay. I believe they are running a distribution business together. I don't know any details. Something to do with the media. But there's nothing strange about it.
Unclear whether it's trying to convince himself of this, or you. Media, distribution, perhaps there's a sexy techno angle to this.
I don't know. She was always so passionate and driven, but also impressionable. I think she fell in with the wrong crowd at the university. Much as I hate to admit it, she became nervous, cagey, withdrawn. But to be honest, we've barely spoken at all for the last few years.
Not since the crew dissolved and you left Portofino.
Yes, something like that. Check on her. Yes, you do that.
Fear and relief, together.
Cinema Cosmos is just north of the roundabout, by the aerotram stop. I just want to know that she's safe. You understand? Yes, I was running a dream study. She was a participant. That was a long time ago. Dreams are one of the least understood phenomena in nature. My colleague Gonzalo and I developed a novel technique for rendering our subjects' dreams as two-dimensional imagery. We received a generous grant through MTES Foundation for basic research, though I have to say it was an uneasy match. In so many ways. I came to understand our benefactors saw our work as a form of market research, not exactly what I got into the work for.
Banks of living data, silent, interlinked.
Gonzalo and I wanted to answer a very simple question. Are our subconscious minds connected at some deep level? Yes. Countless researchers spend entire careers without a shot like what we were given.
A smile makes a brief appearance on his face.
Equipment, mainly, designed and fabricated to our own specifications. Neuroimaging tools, REM inducers, separate monitors for blood flow, electrical activity, eye movement. It's only when taken together that coherent, dynamic pictures can form.
An astounding custom rig. One you must get your hands on.
It was far from perfect, mind you. Some of the imagery came out skewed. Whether that's the fault of the imaging or the underlying dream matter, we couldn't say. But these were early days. The potential applications, well, they were endless.
Therapeutic. Metaphysical.
Don't misunderstand. The point of our work was to help people, not control them. It was all technically empty property. The machinery, the data, they took it all. We were only left with one unit, barely functional, not even with the cost to move, they said. And then, someone stole that too.
You have a strong suspicion you know who.
I imagine they stripped it for components. A machine that could appear behind the veil of consciousness. A machine of magnificent subtlety. And someone stole it for scrap. To buy drugs. Or whatever else.
He nods as a way of acknowledging your sympathy.
I suppose at least I don't have to work through the night. Every night. Carolina started out as one of our participants. A volunteer, surprisingly. Simple, because until Gonzalo and I received our grant, she's never evinced the slightest interest in my work. I'm afraid the raw data were carefully anonymized. We couldn't match any individual participant to a particular set of subconscious imagery. This was by design. I'm a trained physician. Patient confidentiality is sacrosanct.
A conversation, fogged mirror, 2 gin cocktails, a regular table. And then she wasn't. And she did.
When her turn as a participant concluded, she begged me to stay on. I thought, well, what harm? There was no real limit on our grant from amateur. And Gonzalo agreed. We needed an assistant of sorts. Yes, perhaps that was my dream.
A dream that tastes like ashes on his tongue just now.
She was responsible for organizing and cleaning the visualizations. A massive undertaking. Very labor-intensive.
Approval. Pride. Immediately apparent in the copies she passed you. Annotated pertinent sections marked with color-coded flags.
Carolina didn't appear at work one day. I went to the police, who had no information. I thought she must have been in some kind of accident. You must understand my fear as a father. I received a call from the hospital. Carolina was there, in intensive care, barely lucid, handcuffed to her bed. There were 2 carabineros accompanying her. They told me she was under arrest to be charged with unlawfully aiding a foreign power, espionage statutes. The super broke, their spy service, the opera. Isn't that how they call it? I was in shock, borderline delirious. It took me some time before I realized what it meant.
For his work, he means.
EMTA pulled their support. The study was shut down within days. All our data seized. I was investigated too, of course, along with Gondaro. The official part dragged on for several years before they finally closed it. I suppose I thought. I don't know. When she came home, I said some things. Perhaps things I shouldn't have.
You gain nothing by making this poor man repeat the words he's most regretted saying in his life.
I said she was no daughter of mine. I told her I wished it had been her rather than her mother, you see. She left after that. Then I opened this clinic and moved down here to Kisak.
And here he stayed.
I agree. Let's leave it. Yes. All right. No, it's just a medical dummy. Though, it wouldn't be beyond Gonzalo to have had it modeled on someone. Plenty. But it's not a thought experiment I'm willing to engage in. Of course not. There's a vast difference between her and it. One's living, for starters. You went into my daughter's room? It's the only place I could put it where I wouldn't have to look at it every working hour. That's all. Why would it look like you? He had it made years ago. Nothing would surprise me about him any longer. I've had enough of hearing people's various fixations, whichever this controller belongs to. Please keep it yourself.
The doctor takes a sip of his water, eyeing you wearily.
Until next time.
Hello again. What to leave? See you.
Operant. Till next time, Operant.
The woman stiffens as you approach, but greets you with a small smile nonetheless.
Ah, hello. We meet again. A fellow honorable peruser, I assume?
She's referring to the honor book stall next to her.
It's only stealing if you take something for free when you could afford to pay. Otherwise, the stall is serving those who need it exactly as intended. Any effort to make literature more accessible is to be admired, in my opinion. Oh. I don't know about going that far, but your enthusiasm may prove contagious. Anyway, enough of that. Is there anything I can help you with? I knew there was something happening down there, but I admit, I'm a coward and a shill. I chose to look away so long as the review was kept in operation. Gosh, you always seem so naive. I believe you, don't worry. But, oh, are you alright? Do you need a doctor? Not once. I thought she was a stupid, innocent girl. But that doesn't matter. Are you hurt? Well, I'm glad to hear that you got out of there in one piece. I think that's the best either of us could have hoped for.
I deserve a much worse fate, she thinks to herself.
Let's talk about something else. All of this is rather grim, and I fear it won't do us any good. It's a book of poems called Turned to Fruit. Not much good in it, I'm afraid. Undoubtedly a metaphor, though why they chose that one hasn't become any clearer after reading the majority of the contents. There's nothing wrong with them per se. It's more a matter of taste. When you have read as many poems as I have, it's easy to tire of anything that isn't completely fresh. It can be anything. Word combination, structure, the perspective. It could even be a single exquisite metaphor. As long as it's something I haven't seen before and it's done well, it will jump out at me. Of course, I have the time. Oh, probably due to you finding me away from my work for once. I'm taking a moment to relax now that the latest issue has wrapped. Well, I would be. Unfortunately, that issue won't be going to print. We've had our funding cut, at least for now. When desperate, one is forced to lie with the monsters of the world. I'm trying to hold myself together, but yes, it has been quite a blow. I'll pull through. Whether the magazine will or not is a different matter.
It's been much harder than she's letting on. That magazine was her life.
I was told that security needed tightening. That was all. Then they kicked me out.
No doubt due to the security breach you enacted. An unfortunate knock-on effect.
Goodbye.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever. Its payment bucket near empty. You turn away from the... The stall remains as haphazard as ever. Its payment bucket near empty. You turn away from the piles of books.
You're back. And you still look like that. Oh, what happened? Oh. For real? Oh. Okay. Does he know where she is? Oh. I hope she's okay. In the body? Oh. Not Moonglow. Oh. To be honest, actually getting shot would be more Moonglow. That's even less Moonglow. Basically, no glow at all. Serious question. Should we ask him to shoot us? If we went to the hospital, maybe UV would come and visit for the PR or... Easy for you to say. You're all haggard. We're prime targets for creepy men. We don't give a shit what your boring jobs are. You're the one who brought him up. Please, don't tell us we should be nicer to her. We've tried. It was too hard. I hate lying. She's just not one of us. Thank you. Sure.
You find yourself before the strange tree once more. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business.
Yo, Hirsch. You check in with Marco yet? Got something on your mind, Hirsch?
The girl pauses for a drag as a passing aero tram whines and screeches above.
Is Marco all right? Okay, that's good, thanks.
A nod. Uncharacteristic gratitude.
He actually shot you. Hardcore, Hirsch. Very cool. You sure it wasn't a warning shot? I didn't know there would be guns on the table. I can't trust Marco with a fucking gun. He almost took his jugular out with a shaving razor last week. I could have sworn the headphone guy was with the Luthians. But you say Enter again. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's a midnight prick like you. Yeah, 'cause of Tempo's deal with the old guy. Thought he was one of their agents, maybe. An actual good one. Again? Hirsch, are you living in a reality where the fucking has stopped? A reality in which the fuck is paused? But this makes zero sense. Why would the M-Cons be so interested in our deal? Interesting theory, Hirsch. Half right, too, I'd say.
This is all laid out in front of you. A map of islands with unmarked bridges. Take it from the top. Does it seem like your former asset thought this one through? A hurried, desperate backup. Yet the practical logistics of the scheme were planned long in advance. This reveals a fundamental truth. And yeah, in the slow dip of silence, a piano melody lulls through a thin wall. That's why she was there, which leaves a single question.
I was wondering when you were gonna ask that. This whole fuck show started when we brought... Actually, better if I just show you. Follow me. And Hirsch, be cool.
The girl mashes the ends of her cigarette into the tabletop and glances at you once more as she rises. The girl leaves a strange cord hanging in the air as she turns to face you. A sudden vision. Shrine, priestess, and angel, bound within a single frame.
This is Hirsch. She's a friend at Temple's. Friend of mine. Might be able to help us. Actually a massive deal. Maybe the biggest of the deals.
Doesn't care for that collective noun. You can't quite shake the feeling that this girl is seeing visions of your death as you talk, and keeping them all to herself. New songs, same old spells.
Because Hirsch is a communist spy.
Raw deal, she thinks, but still a deal.
Eastern Republics was the play. Very casual on their entry requirements. Best shot, like V said. V's no spy, Hirsch. She barely registers international politics. If Luth is out there looking for a group of non-existent countercultural cunts, all the better for us. Kidnap with consent. If the kids find out, it'll be all the rage.
An enviable life, if you squint. The word sounds blasphemous coming from her mouth.
I'm still going to get her to the Eastern Republics. This is just a whatever the fuck creative stopgap.
Looking at the two girls, you are reminded that all your close relationships have ended in either tragedy or miscommunication. Usually both.
Becoming a hyper-tier artist at the apex of her fame and talent. Yeah, I volunteered. But as it shook out, I'm a gay middle-aged bootlegger with a nicotine dependency. Funny the little ways life fucks you.
Plastic surgery for the soul. The other girl looks down and instinctively reaches for her cigarette packet.
She's not doing your job for you, Hirsch. Come on. Pretty simple when you break it down. V's still V, I'm Tempo, and Tempo's dead. Scheme fucking busted.
She loved every moment.
You could make a fuckfold of money with that, Hirsch.
A fuckfold. 54,567,389 Superblock coupons. The grand lich of techno-fascism, your quarry. In a dim recording studio in the Lucian capital of Cicatrice Frontera, a young girl and an old man discuss an unfolding of light, a cultural hypernova, a map across the stars.
Yes, big league shit. Making fucking moves, Hirsch.
Intriguing stagecraft operant, telling the possible techno-fascist asset about the secret plan to kill a member of her government. A middle-aged vendor begins carefully laying sheets of tarpaulin over his wares. As he smooths out the creases, he hums an intimate melody, meant for no one but himself. For some reason, she's uncomfortable talking about this.
Are you serious, Hirsch? A disc? Fuck me.
As Petra told you, Einzeltone XR is immune to bootlegging.
Fuck, I didn't know that, V. Don't lump me in with those skanky cunts, Hirsch. It's kinda different, Hirsch. I didn't want to be V. I just wanted to be anybody but me. As you can tell, because I fan-shifted fucking tempo instead.
The girl throws a quick glance at the pop star and half a smile. A fugitive from one empire or another. Do angels ever truly know if they're moving through the living or the dead? A couple she's very proud of, even. She plays a few slow bars, using both hands this time. Bass joins treble, emotion forms from thin air. It reminds you of the final line of a poem. The pop star has nothing further to say on the subject. This girl was adrift and in dire need of a collab. Time to make your mark, culturally. Desolation in different seasons. Bending the gear to her will. Nice. As old as her, she is L-pop. A little grave in the heart. Failure. A 6-year-old girl slowly lifts the corner of a heavy white sheet with frayed edges. Behind the sheet is a mirror. There is no one else in the living room. The girl catches a glimpse of herself and drops the sheet in shock. Nothing from Earth. That's the horror of it. It would feel something like this. Light folding in on itself, dragging time behind it, face first along the concrete of the cosmos. In front of you would be true dark, but if you only looked behind, you would be the last witness to the culmination of the universe, the spool running clear of the lie. The back of your own head. And for close to 1,000 years, to the awestruck below, you would be visible on the precipice as a slow-motion recording, a monument to the terror and the wonder too.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird shit around V. Later, Hirsch. Keep me in the loop.
Purple plastic shimmers as you approach. Tucked to the side is a worn black sticker. UV. Tour only. Could it be? The brand plate identifies this as a Kagami 7X60. A ceremonial blade for the High Priestess of Electro-Pop. Achieve something worth commemorating in keyboard form. Like some really good spying. One of the under-theorized appeals of Lucian Electropop. The quality of modern Lusian instruments, mixing desks, even their cabling, is unmatched.
Flower on the Precipice has Holding Hands with Strangers on it. That's one of his biggest songs. Has a nice line in it, actually, in the bridge. Could you fall to the very bottom of yourself and stand up in one piece? Harder than you think.
You press your finger into the nearest key. A light, airy tone glistens across the room. Middle A. Good start.
Hirsch, what are you doing? We're watching you do it. This is an everything crisis. Mental, creative, communist, she snapped. V, we might have to get physical here.
Play any old shit and wrap this up. The discordant notes echo out into silence. It is painfully clear that whatever you've landed is a smouldering wreck on the tarmac, beset by emergency vehicles. The smile of a girl visiting her grandmother on the dementia ward.
Now step the fuck away from the keyboard.
The young pop star untenses as you step back from her instrument. You have arrived at Este's doorstep. It's dark, You won't endear yourself to her by knocking now. Come back in the daytime.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird shit around V. Alright, Hirsch. Psychologize me. Fine with me. Later, Hirsch. Keep me in the loop.
Iron Petal 4 was playing on the television. Our heroine finally had Johnny Chasm at her mercy on the peak of Mount Ra. Carolina's foot bumped yours under the blanket. Her face glows with reflected color, a projector screen of flesh and fascination. One hand sunk into your shared bowl of crisps, wrapped. Johnny Chasm howls as Iron Petal's small fist punches through his ribcage, grabs heart and yanks. Knows you're probably lying, lets it slide, like always. After that, she'd call any time she found an ancient tape, a bootleg disc, a midnight screening. She saw Iron Petal and thought of you. You were panting from the run over, heart thudding in your ears. Hours late. There was an astral door beside that trash can, and an exchange due with your opposite number for documents within. It's empty. You were only supposed to handle the pick-up and drop-off. Some blueprints in exchange for a dossier. That's way too fucking boring to remember. We've already forgotten it again. You turn to see Estock sitting at a nearby bench, shaking her head at you slightly over a newspaper. Shh. She looks away and changes her posture, letting her coat fall in such a way that you see the sign in her pocket. A brochure for beach bungalows. When you called Melita that night, you gave her the name of the brochure as confirmation of the handoff, and never mentioned a thing about SD. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. It's on.
Hello. Hello and welcome as always to the reality situation. What's your name and where are you calling from? A joke, obviously. This show would never solicit personal information from you, unlike the government, priests, and talking animals in your dreams. Remember, people, you don't have to answer. Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno-tailed dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. In weaker offspring, this often manifests in the form of personality disorders. Gross stress reaction, obsessive compulsions, fear and trembling, schizophrenia, mania and depression. Very occasionally, the offspring may overcome these disorders by developing their own false self, thus becoming their own shadow mother. You return the book to your belongings. The pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. You place the tab on your tongue. It sticks and slowly starts to wet around the edges. The tab starts moistening on your tongue. Once soft, you chew it until it becomes a tiny paper ball, and then swallow. The handle turns, but the door is bolted shut. You hear Pseudopod's voice through the door, a panicky monologue with words you can't quite make out. It's you, but from a bad dream. It's like he doesn't hear you at all. You leave him alone in your locked room. Constans must have a way to get in here.
Cascade, is everything all right upstairs? Pseudopod seemed very distressed when he ran in. He's up there on the phone with Melita now. How do I... Well, it's a landline, you see, and the way the intercom is wired, it has a nasty habit of picking up on any calls being made at the same time. I buzzed up to check on Pseudopod, and you see...
A grave offense against telephonic communications.
A Rustanian gentleman set it up. I discovered later he cut some corners. Never again. Of course not. I always hang up if I hear you on it. I'm afraid Pseudopod is discussing stagecraft, techniques, former assignments, all quite riveting. But Melita doesn't seem to be enjoying it herself. It's definitely internally secure. Anytime I've overheard something, it's been purely by accident.
Terrible stagecraft across the board. Pseudopod should have caught this while examining the safe house.
Yes, right there. I'll wait here, see if you need any help.
As you press down on the intercom button, a little light comes on. It appears the maneuver was successful, although it likely set his training back by a couple of modules.
Right. And where did you say you met Cascade again?
Tell him there are no small roles, only small attitudes.
An interesting slip.
Cascade, you made it. Hopefully you can clear some of this up.
She's seething. This could go very poorly. Your own words in someone else's mouth. Deeply upsetting.
He's hyperventilating. Tell him to focus on his breath.
Calm down, Pseudopod. We will get to the bottom of this. Cascade, what is going on? You told me that he was zeroed out. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Pseudopod, you have prepared for situations like this. Please.
Your eyes find Constance's across the counter. Loss, irreversible and total.
Pseudopod, unlock the door. Cascade will be there in a moment.
The line falls silent. In a dimly lit ground floor flat in Novessa, a boy no older than 8 picks up a toy rocket. I'll be like Daddy one day, he tells his mother. Above you, a flurry of footsteps, then the unmistakable crash of a window shattering.
Oh no, that wasn't...
Cascade, I heard glass breaking. What is going on? So why does he think he's you all of a sudden?
That's completely uncalled for. Don't listen to her, Miss Melita. I'll be filing an expense for my window as well.
What? No, don't change the subject, Cascade. Where's Pseudopod?
Silence.
Yes, Cascade. I heard you. Now I'm waiting for you to tell me what that means.
Whatever explanation you offer is only going to result in more questions. Constance's eyes widen.
You did what? How? No, forget it. I don't want to know. Why would you do that? No, you won't. This is a reckless, shocking misuse of opera personnel.
Tell her you were putting the assignment first, like Pseudopod said you would.
Cascade, find Pseudopod and shut him up. This is the assignment now.
As you turn from the intercom, Constance meets your eye.
That Melita of yours, a bit dramatic, isn't she? And Pseudopod, whatever happened there? He's rather different than when we first met. Almost unpleasant. I think I figured out what's going on here. Typical man in the depth of an ether binge. Not to worry. He'll find his way home, eventually. I'll add the window to the opera's bill, and also the cost of the ladder I'll need to climb up to it. And I suppose I'll unlock the deadbolt while I'm up there, shall I? Only one way he can go from that back window. Party alley. I I suppose I can take one worry off your plate, full as it is. Consider it forgotten. Of course. Bring pseudopod home, operant.
The door is still bolted shut from the inside. Constans must have a way to get in here.
You're still here? What about pseudopod? Can he? Of course. I'm sure he can handle himself.
No idea. You're a bit congested, it seems.
I'll be here if you require anything.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
You're still here? What about pseudopod? Can he? Of course. I'm sure he can handle himself. I'll be here if you require anything. You're still here? What about pseudo? Can he? Of course. I'm sure he can handle himself.
No idea. You're a bit congested, it seems.
I'll be here if you require anything.
Your double gives you a brief nod as you approach, his hair wet and drooping from the rain. From above, a beautiful young woman looks down over both of you. All traces of fear gone.
That's hair, isn't it? Melita.
Replaced by a different type of affect. Ultravioletta gazes down on you, light bending around her to grace her features. Her smile radiates with impossible warmth. She was his psychopomp. She carried him away from this world.
Melita? It's odd. It's odd. I wanted to keep running, but she stopped me.
A lullaby of resignation.
She means something. Who is she to me? It's almost as if I know her. Zeroed out? But I'm right here. Although, it doesn't feel like it. Whatever happened, happened to me. Why me? I've often felt that to be the case, but the confirmation does not ease my anxieties. If anything, it makes them harder to cope with. I'm sorry. I really don't understand what's happening. It's like I've been away for a long time. I thought that this woman must be Mel because of the glow. It's how her voice feels inside my head. It makes me stand still, makes me listen. Only my heart keeps moving. When we speak, I wrap the phone cord around my finger. I like the way it connects us, like a safety tether. I want to feel her close to me. I want to feel her skin against mine. Why do I feel that way? A dilemma then. I don't like the idea of a world where only one person can love her. Something's wrong with my mind. I feel there's this dark longing following me wherever I go. Then I turn around, and you're there. I'm not supposed to be this way, am I? I'm not supposed to be... Is that it? But how do you know that I'm you? How do you know it's not the other way around? I've been asking myself that over and over, but there's never just one answer. My name is Herschel Wilk. I'm a spy for the opera. I feel that I'm a piece in a game whose rules and end states are incomprehensible. I can feel the hands of the players hovering above my head. Are you like me? Or are you one of them? I haven't decided yet. I do, and I can understand why. There is something wrong with me. Are you going to? I really don't know what to do in a situation like this. I have no experiences to draw on, no reference points. What was I supposed to do?
Namby-wamby, playtime is over. What your double needs now is mental defibrillation.
What? I don't remember things wrong. I think you remember things wrong. You've got it backwards, Operant. It's you who's me.
Uh-oh.
I thought maybe you would come to this realization on your own, but I see now you're in even worse shape than I feared. It was a mistake to leave you alone. The assignment comes first. I'll lay low in the fog mirror until you come to your senses.
You watch as his bald spot drifts into the purple light toward the fog mirror.
Back again. Oh, Herschel. This is an unexpected and thoughtful gesture, if a little late. And while it doesn't make everything okay, it certainly helps. Thank you, Herschel. One good deed against the tally of ill is still one good deed. And on such lovely, high-quality paper, too.
Aim at directly the root of her ideological treachery, her love for this so-called Pascal. Her eyes deaden as she takes in what you've said.
You bitch, Herschel. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing. You wouldn't.
Riled, yet not convinced. Keep pushing. Make her believe you're capable of this. You are.
You cunt.
She looks over to her husband. He watches the television set, hands folded over his cardigan.
You are a nightmare. You are despicable.
You are the people's spy.
That's how you made it. I will make the call for you tonight. Wait for the contact from a negotiator. It will come. No, nobody like that. It'll be someone more of your caste. They have no choice in the matter. It is not theirs to know. If you feel the need, do it yourself.
You'll have to re-establish contact with him yourself then. But there's no way you'll get back into that jail. You could try rewiring the phone network to the intercom. Find a payphone. See if it's possible. She bites her top lip, exhales.
Pascal and I had plans to sell this apartment and buy a little fibre or cement bungalow down the coast. We shall expedite them. With any luck, we'll never have cause to receive you there. And to you, Herschel. But only because I fear it will take a miracle to prevent you from turning this assignment into a worldwide disaster.
of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Goodbye. Be well.
You're back. And you still look like that.
Shut your lying whore mouth.
Stop talking like that. Yuri would never. But yeah, you're being a lying whore and you should shut your mouth. Obviously, it's where they train all the L-pop stars. Everyone who's worth listening to comes out of there. I wish I'd been born in La Luz. Yeah, we do. We've read all the music magazines. I hear they might start running direct flights between here and Cicatriz Frontera soon. We have to go someday. Sure.
You find yourself before the strange tree once more. This is Ginkgo lucifera, an old Lusian ginkgo, planted widely during the expansion of the old illuminated empire. Out of sync with the season. Yes, and you're still just an ape, and not even a particularly distinguished example. Time passes, but you take no note of it. You let your vision decouple. The tree becomes a pleasing blur of light and shadow. It's all very aesthetic. Nothing much happens. You leave the old Lusian ginkgo to its business. The store remains as haphazard as ever. Its payment bucket near empty. You turn away from the piles of books. The store remains as haphazard as ever. Its payment bucket near empty. You come across a small collection of a notably different stock, not far from the top of the pile. They're sturdy, recently pressed, and the finish is smooth to the touch. You turn away from the piles of books.
If it isn't the imprint. I prefer Herschel, actually. We'll have to find another name for you, though. I came in here and introduced myself as Herschel. No one batted an eye. The people have spoken.
It's like watching all the worst parts of yourself bound up in male body. And an ugly one to boot.
For now. Anyway, what did you want? Imprint Herschel?
And and still no pants on him.
Sorry, Double. I refuse to lie to protect your feelings. You and I both know that you've missed your chance to do it. If the Opera wants to zero me out, they'll send somebody else. And they won't want to after this assignment. I said I would help you, didn't I? I'm a professional, fake Herschel. There is no one I can't work with.
It's like asking a child with no experience of the world who they'll work with. He has no frame of reference.
The real question is, can you work with anyone? Can I pick one? What about the boatman? Or, the photo lady? Constance?
Every once in a while, he accidentally wanders close to the edges of his limited experience in the world. And when he does, a deep and primal fear enters his eyes.
All right, we'll see how your crew fares. Everything you do, only better. I was trying to be polite, eagerly awaiting it. I don't see how that's relevant to our assignment. I'm not homeless, Cascade. I'm just waiting for you here because you asked me to. Excuse me? Well, whatever you may have done with me when I was unconscious, you're not doing it anymore. That doesn't mean I'm the imprint. Maybe you caught me sleeping. I'll be here.
Operant. The jail's in your rear view by now. Any lead I offer would be redundant. Why give this to me at all? This isn't the bank, Operant. No deposits. But a donation's a different matter. Call it talent scouting. I may be a nonentity, but I'm not entirely at the game. Wanted to see for myself what it is the opera on Sornia.
A damaged heart, longing to redeem itself. Another plaything of the stars, impelled by processes beyond its comprehension.
Till next time, Operant.
As you know, Cascade, the official story is that history is over. Complete. No more. However, as you also know, the nature of the conflict didn't end with the signing of Latour Woolgar. The zone of action simply shifted to a submaterial plane. Signs abound for those who know how to read. And in this subliterate age, only the conspiracy spy possesses the training and insight to interpret them. Where other spy types waste time attempting to influence events, the conspiracy spy critiques and reorders the meaning of reality using only the power of her mind. You are the rat in the rubbish heap, gnawing on decaying waste, vibrating with dark energies, transfixed by the text on discarded milk cartons. About 20 years too late for that. Embrace your nature. Read the writing on the waste.
In Sunnis, spies are called cockroaches. In Capablanca, they're earthworms. In every case, it is a detritivore, head down amidst the trash of this world.
According to this secret language, your so-called whole-sick crew did not fail. You succeeded in fulfilling your pre-written role, which was to fail. Nothing means what it seems to mean. In fact, safer to assume the opposite. There is always a plan, conspiracy spy. Best to make sure you're in on it. The rubbish bin of reality awaits. Time to dive in.
Hello again. What'll it be? See you.